The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, our Father, what great love you have lavished on us. We need only open our eyes to the affection you show us in the generosity of a friend, in the laughter of children, in the endearing embrace of a loved one to know that all good gifts come from the depth of your love for us. But even these precious gifts pale in comparison to the unmerited grace you have bestowed on us, that we should be called your children, that we would enjoy such close fellowship with you. To call upon you as your beloved ones is both humbling and heartening. In your love do we find life. So may our lives then reflect your love. Inspire us that we would love one another as you have loved us. From the love that comes from you, may we show love to those whom you have called us to serve. With the compassion you have shown us, may we show compassion to those in need. Out of the generosity you have shared with us, may we show the same generosity of spirit with our children. And with the same selflessness you have demonstrated to us, may we give selflessly of ourselves to our family and friends. In love, may we give love, and in your strong name, may we pray with strength. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I bring to the floor today my most recent copy of the Boy Scout Handbook. I would say this, after the Bible, one of the most influential books in my life. And I rise today to recognize the 113th anniversary of the Boy Scouts of America, the nation's foremost youth program of character development and values-based leadership training. On February 8, 1910, Chicago businessman William Boyce, who grew up in western Pennsylvania, incorporated the Boy Scouts of America. Since that time, millions of young men and women have joined the Scouts and learned the values of patriotism, courage, and self-reliance. There are more than 1 million youth currently enrolled in Scouting who contribute more than 17.7 million community service hours in 2022, helping to advance important projects from conserving local waterways to constructing accessible parks in nearly every congressional district across the country. I spent more than 50 years in Scouting, including serving as a Scoutmaster and achieving the rank of Eagle Scout in 1977. It was these experiences that first sparked my interest in public service. The Boy Scout oath, in part, urges us to perform our duty to our country. As co-chair of the Congressional Scouting Caucus, I'm proud to introduce a resolution alongside my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, designating today as Boy Scouts of America Day to honor the tireless service of Scout volunteers and participants in our communities. Mr. Speaker, the Boy Scouts of America has played a pivotal role in shaping the leaders of tomorrow, and I look forward to seeing their continued contributions to our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have had it up to here with lies coming from the other side about food assistance programs like SNAP. This weekend, 5 of my Republican colleagues said they could save $400 billion by cutting SNAP and instituting tougher work requirements for folks on the program. Clearly, they didn't do their homework. So let me correct the record. First, 9 out of 10 SNAP recipients are in households with children, seniors, and people with disabilities. Second, there are already strict work requirements for SNAP. Let me repeat that. Most of the people receiving SNAP who can work actually do work. They come home from their shift when their shift ends, and they count pennies because the average benefit is only a couple of bucks. I'm sick and tired of Republicans coming down to the floor and going on social media to beat up on poor people. Members of Congress are not on SNAP. You know who is? Children, seniors, veterans, people with disabilities. And for the record, there's a special place in hell for those who want to take food out of the mouths of vulnerable Americans. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Address the House for up to 1 minute and just speak.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart. Today we honor 6 North Carolinians who died in a plane crash off the coast of Carteret County on the 13th of February, 2022. 4 days from now will be the 1-year anniversary of this horrific tragedy. Last March, we held a moment of silence in their remembrance. No words can describe the pain and devastation that our community has felt. And yet, I continue to be moved by the outpouring love and support from individuals not only across North Carolina, but this great nation. Today, I am introducing legislation with the entire backing of the North Carolina delegation to designate 6 creeks in Carteret County after 6 of the individuals who lost their lives. My bill, the Down East Remembrance Act, gives exact latitudes and longitudes to the creeks' locations. They will be named after Noah Styron, Hunter Parks, Cole McGinnis, Stephanie Fulcher, Jacob Taylor, and Daley Shepard. Upon adoption, these names will forever become part of the fabric of Eastern North Carolina. May God bless them, give them peace, and their families. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Michael N. Mustete. Mike was a trailblazer in the labor movement, a dedicated public servant, and a loving family man. As a member of IBEW Local 66 for over 50 years, he strived to ensure our workers had fair representation and proper wages. I had the honor of standing shoulder to shoulder with Mike many times, defending workers, organizing, walking the picket line, winning, and sometimes trying again. But the work was never about the money. It was about fighting for the quality of life and transformational difference a good job can do for a family. That's what leadership is, wanting something better for others than you have for yourself. That was Mike Mustete. Our hearts go out to his loving wife and wonderful educator in her own right, Carol, and their son, Joshua. Rest in peace, Mike. We'll keep up the fight until we meet again on another picket line. God bless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today ahead of National Entrepreneurship Week and during Black History Month to acknowledge and celebrate the remarkable contributions of Black business owners. Entrepreneurship drives economic growth and creates jobs. Yet, too few Black businesses have the capital and connections to start and scale successful companies, contributing to the racial wealth gap through entrepreneurial inequity. Here are the facts. Of the 6 million employer businesses in the U.S., just 130,000 are Black-owned, barely more than 2%. My district's entrepreneurs are helping drive our region and nation's economy forward, and I will share their stories as we celebrate Black Americans' past and present achievements. That includes people like Kanisha Harwell, owner of Balance Cheer and Gymnastics in my hometown of Warrensville Heights. Kanisha started her gym after experiencing the lack of support for diversity in gymnastics, taking on multiple jobs to fund the creation of an inclusive environment for Black athletes. Minority entrepreneurs are a vital asset asset to our economy, and I urge my colleagues to work with me to build a more equitable economy for all. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
For 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the lives taken during the Henry Pratt shooting in Aurora, Illinois, nearly 4 years ago. On February 15th, 2019, gun violence stole the lives of 5 innocent people and injured 6 police officers when a person who should not legally have had a gun opened fire in a workplace. Unfortunately, this is a reality that we're all too familiar with as Americans. Throughout our nation, in every state, gun violence continues to claim innocent lives. These victims are our family members, our friends, and our neighbors. We must do better. I'm proud that Congress came together in the last year to pass the most significant piece of gun violence legislation in nearly 3 decades, but more must be done. We cannot wait for the next tragedy. We must continue to pursue common sense gun safety measures that will keep guns out of the wrong hands and help save lives. And I stand with the Aurora community during this time of remembrance and reflection. Thank you, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute. and to
Without
provide-
objections, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of our kids. It is so important that we come together alongside the next generation of Americans and give them the resources they need to succeed in a 21st century economy. There are so many issues facing our youth today between the mental health crisis, rising costs of education, childhood hunger. Our children are dealing with issues that can and must be addressed by federal lawmakers. Mental illness is on the rise among the next generation of Americans. We are witnessing an unprecedented increase in depression, anxiety, substance abuse, and suicide. We're in the middle of a crisis. Mental health concerns are American parents' top concerns for their children, and the pandemic just exacerbated already troubling trends. Working families matter. Our kids matter. There is so much opportunity to come together across partisan divides and address these critical issues. This week, I've been meeting with school board members and college officials from my district, and we're ready to partner with us to improve the lives of our students. I'm here for the next generation of West Michiganders. We owe it to our kids to address these critical issues through common sense solutions that work for them. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 97, I call up the joint resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council in approving the revised Criminal Code Act of 2022 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of this joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 26, Joint Resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council in approving the revised Criminal Code Act of 2022.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 97, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee of Oversight and Accountability or their respected designee. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of Representative Clyde's House Joint Resolution 26, a resolution disapproving of the District of Columbia's revised Criminal Code Act of 2022. There's a crime crisis in America's capital city. According to the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, carjackings in the district have increased by 90% compared to this time last year. Total property crime is up 31%, and homicides are up 29%. In fact, D.C. is currently on track to have the most homicides since 1995. But the radical D.C. Council has chosen to prioritize legislation that will turn this crime crisis into a catastrophe. The D.C. Council's progressive soft-on-crime legislation eliminates almost all the mandatory minimum sentencing requirements for violent crimes, and it drastically reduces the maximum penalties allowable to the courts. These changes further embolden criminals to run rampant throughout the District of Columbia. The act also grants the right to jury trial for most misdemeanor offenses. The D.C. court system is already overloaded. This change will burden the D.C. court system even more, reducing the resources devoted to hearing cases for serious felony offenses. The D.C. Council's legislation is eroding an individual's right to a fair and speedy trial granted to them through our Constitution. All Americans should feel safe in their capital city, but they don't because of D.C. Democrats' leniency towards criminals at the expense of American safety. Ensuring public safety and addressing crime is a cornerstone of the House Republicans' policy agenda. In November of last year, Americans voted for a new majority in the House, a new majority that will address crime head-on to ensure a nation that's safe. This D.C. Council legislation is a brazen rejection of law and order, ignoring the high rates of criminality in the district and doubling down on leniency for society's violent criminals is a dereliction of duty. This terrible policy will impact anyone who steps foot in the District of Columbia, including residents, the commuting workforce, federal government officials, foreign dignitaries, and Americans visiting their nation's capital. If the D.C. Council wants to continue to skirt its responsibility to the people, they will have to answer to this Congress. It should be noted that we in Congress are not alone. The D.C. Police Union, representing 3,500 members, and the National Fraternal Order of Police are strongly in favor of H.J. Resolution 26, stating in a recent letter to Congress that the D.C. Act will embolden criminals, dramatically increase crime and violence, and render police officers in the District of Columbia virtually powerless to adequately police the city and keep its residents and visitors safe. This resolution is also endorsed by the National Association of Police Organizations, representing over 241,000 law enforcement officials across America, and the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association. Additionally, on January 4th, Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser took the extraordinary step of vetoing this legislation, calling the proposals controversial and stating that the act does not make the district safer. Mayor Bowser's bold executive veto sent a strong message that the policy proposals of this bill are simply unworkable and unsafe for the district. There may not be much Mayor Bowser and I have agreed on in the past, but today we're on the same page. I call on my colleagues to join me in supporting Mr. Clyde's resolution disapproving of the D.C. Revised Criminal Code Act of 2022. We must ensure these terrible criminal code reforms are not put into place. I reserve the balance of my time.
Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.J. Res. 26, the second episode in the new mini-series where the House majority asks the United States Congress to act as a super city council of 535 members to make decisions for the people of Washington, D.C. A real city with a real city council and mayor, which some of my colleagues apparently have never visited or had any real interaction with. The people in Washington, D.C. want to make their decisions about democratic self-government for themselves. They don't want the representatives of other Americans to come and make decisions for them. Now, President Biden was here this week for his great State of the Union address, and when you could hear him over the heckling, he talked about the great progress we're making as a nation, economically with 12 million new jobs, in terms of support for Americans in their health care with the dramatic reduction in health care prescription drug costs. We've cut to $35 a month what people have to spend on their insulin shots if they have diabetes. We just passed a record investment in climate preparedness to deal with the extreme climate emergency and all of the extreme weather events that people in the United States are experiencing across the country. That is a national agenda. That's a real national agenda. Now, my friends across the aisle want to spend this week instead superintending and reviewing the bills that are being passed by the D.C. City Council for 713,000 American citizens who live in Washington, D.C. Yesterday it was about voting rights, and today it's about criminal justice reform. And I'm sure down the road, just as in the past, it's going to be their gun safety laws, and it's going to be their laws allowing for Medicaid-funded abortions for poor women, and then they'll go after their LGBTQ laws, and so on. There will be a parade of attacks on local democratic self-government in Washington, D.C. Now, I believe that people of Washington should be treated like all other American citizens. And right now, what they've asked for is admission to the Union as a state. Now, most of the members of this body represent states that were admitted after the original 13. 37 states came in afterwards with Congress's exercise of its Article 4 powers to admit new states. And that was very much the design of the Constitution and the Founders' Plan. Go back and read some Thomas Jefferson about that. We were not set up as a country where certain people would make decisions for other people, but people instead would be able to govern themselves. In fact, the basis of our attack on British rule over America was us rejecting the idea of virtual representation, that some people could make decisions for other people. No, the whole premise of American democracy is people make decisions for themselves. So the 713,000 tax-paying draftable citizens of Washington, D.C., whose population has participated in every war America has ever fought, from the point of the American Revolution through the Civil War, all the way up through the recent wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, those people are asking for admission to the Union. And this House of Representatives in the 117th and the 116th Congress voted to give it to them. It didn't quite make it through the Senate, which is always slower on these things, but that is the trajectory that the people of D.C. are on. And instead of trying to join President Biden in all of the great national economic progress and infrastructure progress and healthcare progress we're making, the House majority decides instead to usurp the role of the D.C. City Council and to begin to micromanage their government and finger paint all over their laws. That's what they're doing today. Now, we don't have time to compare the laws of D.C. With the laws of each of the other states, but I just want my colleagues to be on notice. I've got the laws of the other states, and I can do those direct head-to-head comparisons. I don't think we should go down this road. I don't think that's a healthy thing for us to be doing as a Congress, because we should be respecting the democratic self-government rights of the people of Washington, D.C. Nobody is more interested in public safety in Washington than the people of Washington. Nobody is more interested in the processes of democratic self-government in Washington than the people of Washington. Nobody is more interested in their health care policies, in their housing policies than them. And I would invite any of my colleagues who have actually been to a meeting of the District of Columbia City Council or their local advisory neighborhood commission to rise and tell us about the experience. But if they haven't, they should leave democratic self-government, local self-government in Washington to the people of Washington, D.C. And I will reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland, his time is reserved. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it appears my Democrat colleagues would rather disregard their statutory responsibility in the Home Rule Act. How convenient to pick and choose when to do their duty. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia and the sponsor of the resolution, Mr. Clyde.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
And I thank the gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Comer, for yielding. It's no secret that crime has beleaguered Washington, D.C. for years, Yet in the midst of rising crime rates in D.C., our nation's capital is now on track to become even more dangerous. The D.C. Council is advancing a severely misguided bill, the Revised Criminal Code Act, to eliminate minimum sentences and reduce maximum penalties for numerous violent criminal offenses. This legislation isn't just reckless, it's radical. Washington's own Democrat Mayor Bowser vetoed the legislation, telling the council, and I quote, "This bill does not make us safer." Well, for once, I agree with the mayor, because eliminating mandatory minimum sentences for all crimes except first-degree murder, and eliminating life sentences, and reducing maximum penalties for violent crimes, including burglary, carjackings, and robberies, will undoubtedly embolden criminals and threaten the safety of both residents and visitors here in Washington, D.C. But ultimately, the City Council ignored Mayor Bowser's valid concerns and overrode her veto. Now, many have asked why, as a congressman from Northeast Georgia, I'm leading the effort to block the D.C. Council's radical rewrite of Washington's criminal code. It's because I care, and I would expect and hope that everyone here in this chamber would care too. And Congress has the responsibility and the authority to take this action. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution grants Congress the authority to, and I quote, "exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district." But we don't just have a constitutional obligation to stop this soft-on-crime bill from becoming law. We also have a moral obligation to protect American safety and security in our nation's capital city. Just 2 days ago, in his State of the Union address, President Biden said right here in this very chamber, and I quote, "We have an obligation to make sure all our people are safe," and adding, "public safety depends on public trust." For once, I agree with the president, because all Americans deserve to visit our nation's capital without facing fear or violence. And all Americans should be able to trust public officials to implement policies that protect their safety and well-being. Yet under the D.C. Council's radical crime bill, residents, small businesses, constituents, and our own staff here on Capitol Hill will inevitably encounter additional danger and violence. As the president delivered his State of the Union address on Tuesday night, there was a shooting blocks away in Navy Yard and a stabbing over in Georgetown. Earlier this week on Capitol Hill, a Capitol Hill reporter's wheels were stolen right off his car. The same crime happened to one of my Democrat colleagues, Congresswoman Barragan, last month. And just last week at the Potomac Avenue Metro Station, a crazed criminal shot and killed a 64-year-old Metro mechanic, Robert Cunningham, who heroically attempted to stop the violent criminal from shooting a woman nearby. Clearly, crime after crime is on the rise here in D.C., yet the D.C. Council's bill will only make matters worse. Combating crime is not a conservative or a liberal objective. It's not Republican or Democrat. It's simply a common sense one. In fact, it's been my honor to work with a local Democrat, Denise Krepp, who formerly served as an advisory neighborhood commissioner here in D.C. For years, Ms. Krepp pleaded with Democrats to be tough on crime for the sake of the residents she served, yet she was routinely ignored. In a letter sent to this very body in December, which I request to submit to the record, she urged Congress to introduce a resolution of disapproval to block the D.C. Council's Revised Criminal Code Act, an effort I'm honored to lead and an effort I'm proud that the House will pass today. Because we must send a clear message to the Senate, to the White House, and to the American people that the People's House rejects soft-on-crime policies that jeopardize American safety and security. And I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yea on my common sense amendment, H.J. Res. 26. And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to have this letter from Ms. Krepp submitted for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserved.
Gentleman from Kentucky is reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from Georgia says he is in favor of the resolution because he cares about Washington, D.C. I know someone else who cares about Washington, D.C., the delegate from the District of Columbia, the distinguished Eleanor Holmes Norton. I now recognize her for 5 minutes.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank my friend for recognizing me, and I strongly oppose this profoundly undemocratic, paternalistic resolution. The House of Representatives, in which nearly 700,000 District of Columbia residents have no voting representation, is attempting to nullify legislation enacted by DC's local legislature, whose members are elected by DC residents. By scheduling this vote, I can only conclude that the Republican leadership believes that DC residents, a majority of whom are black and brown, are either unworthy or incapable of governing themselves. The dictionary definition of democracy is, and I'm quoting, a government in which the supreme power is vested in the people and exercised by them directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving periodically held free elections, end quote. DC's lack of voting representation in Congress and Congress's plenary authority over DC are the antithesis of democracy. I would remind House Republicans that they once professed support for local control of local affairs. Their fiscal year 2016 budget said this, and again I'm quoting, "America is a diverse nation. Our cities, states, and local communities are best equipped and naturally inclined to develop solutions that will serve their populations. But too often, local leaders are limited by numerous federal dictates," and end quote. The legislative history and merits of the legislation enacted by the District of Columbia that is a subject of this resolution are irrelevant to the consideration of this resolution, since there is never justification for Congress nullifying legislation enacted by the district. But I would like to set the record straight. The revised criminal code comprehensively revises DC's criminal code, which has not been done since it was created in 1901. Everyone in the DC legal system agrees that such a revision is long overdue. The bill is the product of over a decade of work by DC to create a modern, comprehensive, systematic criminal code. A majority of states, both red and blue, have adopted such a code. In 2016, DC enacted legislation establishing an independent agency, the Criminal Code Reform Commission, to recommend a new criminal code. The commission, which consisted of nonpartisan experts, drafted the revised Criminal Code Act over nearly 5 years in a fully public process. The voting members of the commission's advisory group, including the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, unanimously approved transmitting the bill to the D.C. Council and the mayor. The D.C. Council held 3 hearings on this bill. The council, as required by Congress, passed the bill on 2 separate occasions by votes of 12-0 and 13-0. The mayor vetoed the bill. The council overrode the bill by a vote of 12-1. The provisions of the bill do not take effect until October 1st, 2025 at the earliest. I say to every member of Congress, keep your hands off DC. I urge members to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves time. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Speaker McCarthy.
Minutes recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and the work he's doing. Mr. Speaker, a healthy republic has two basic duties: guarantee free and fair elections and protect life, liberty, and property from violence. Yet two new acts from Washington, D.C. City Council will dilute the vote of American citizens and endanger city residents and visitors. Today, the House of Representatives will vote to stop these acts from taking effect. I urge all my colleagues to support these resolutions. Now, let me start with the voting resolution. Last year, Washington, D.C. passed a law that would give the vote to illegal immigrants. The law makes no exceptions for foreign diplomats or agents who have interests that are the opposite of ours. Under this bill, Russian diplomats will get a vote. Chinese diplomats could get a vote. The CCP is already infiltrating our culture, our farmland, our skies, but the D.C. City Council will let them infiltrate our ballot boxes. Just today, we had a classified briefing for all the members of Congress talking about what the CCP just did last week over the skies of America. And now the D.C. City Council wants to open up the ballot boxes for the CCP. Even the Washington Post opposes this idea because, as they wrote, it would give an estimated 50,000 non-citizen residents who live in Washington, D.C. to cast ballots in local elections. But of course, these elections can set the laws that cover the White House, Congress, and even government agencies. If we set this precedent, other cities will follow, and faith in our elections will plummet. Now let me address the crime resolution. To date, early in this year, early in February, there now have been 65 carjackings in Washington, D.C. just this year alone. That is more than one every single day. 2 weeks ago, two 18-year-olds carjackers crashed into two Capitol Police vehicles just yards from this floor. The suspects were quickly arrested by the Capitol Police, but tragically, carjackings, shootings, and other crimes have become a reality of everyday life in our nation's capital. In 2020, Washington, D.C. defunded the police. From that point on, the city government has done nothing but pass laws that have clearly made the city less safe. Today, many residents are worried about taking their kids to school or going to the grocery store. But rather than attempt to fix the problem, the D.C. City Council wants to go even easier on criminals. Their dangerous new criminal codes soften penalties for violent crimes like assault, carjacking, rape, and even in most types of murder. If enacted into law, criminals would be treated like they are victims, and victims will be treated like they don't matter. Even liberals like the Washington Post editorial board and Mayor Bowser are against it. In fact, Mayor Bowser vetoed the new law last month. According to the mayor, the law sends the wrong message to criminals and does not make us safer. By overriding the mayor's veto, the city council advanced the interest of radical activists at the expense of those who are forced to suffer the consequences. This is not fair, it is not right, and it must stop. Under the Constitution, Congress, not the city council, has the final say over the laws governing the nation's capital. We have a responsibility to hold Washington, D.C. accountable and stop the new criminal code from taking effect. This is exactly what this resolution does, Mr. Speaker. It's about more than just numbers. This is about our neighbors who are traumatized, injured, and have to live in fear. It's about parents who worry about whether it's safe to let their children play outside. It's about our constituents and students on school trips who might choose to stay home rather than visit their government in person. This is why the men and women in blue support this resolution. The Fraternal Order of Police supports it. The D.C. Police Union supports it. The National Association of Police Organizations supports it. And the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association supports it. You'd think the D.C. City Council would listen to the concerns of cops on the beat. They didn't, but Congress will. We will always back the blue, and we will always work to make our communities safer. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves time. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you
recognized.
very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues have put some stuff on the floor, so I want to answer it. The distinguished gentleman from Georgia invoked a couple of crimes in Washington, D.C., including one in the metro. He didn't talk about the hundreds of crimes that were committed here at the Capitol, in Congress, in Washington, D.C., because he viewed the events of January 6th as akin to a, quote, normal tourist visit. And now he dares to lecture the people of Washington, D.C. about keeping Washington, D.C. safe. He seeks to associate Washington, D.C. with crime. And indeed, he and his colleagues constantly try to link images of crime to what they call Democrat-controlled cities. So I did some research last night just to clarify matters. The 7 states with the highest murder rates in 2020 all were states that were majority for Donald Trump in the 2020 election. The murder rate in the states that voted for Trump was higher in aggregate than the murder rate in the states that voted for Biden in each year from 2000 to 2020. So I would invite the gentleman not to lecture the people of Washington, D.C. about crime rates, because the murder rate is worse in the red states than it is in the blue states. 5 of the 10 cities with the highest murder rate through the first half of last year were in states that voted for Donald Trump in 2020. All those cities have higher murder rates than Washington, D.C. Among the top 10 is a city in the state represented by the sponsor of the disapproval resolution, Mr. Clyde. Now, the Speaker rose to talk about both yesterday's resolution and today's resolution. He also gave the people of Washington, D.C. a lecture about diluting the vote when he rejects their admission to the Union as a state. In other words, he's trying to squelch and nullify their statehood drive that would give them real political equality in the country, and then he says the people of Washington, D.C. are diluting the vote. Well, he's blockading the vote. He's preventing the vote for people in Washington, D.C. And then he joins the chorus denouncing crime in Washington, D.C., which is suddenly of concern to them. I had not heard them mention that before. Well, it turns out that Bakersfield, California, has one of the highest crime rates in America, recently described as one of the top 10 deadliest cities in America for its size, and its crime rate is higher than that of Washington, D.C. And yet, we're going to take this opportunity to kick around the people of Washington, D.C. Why? Because they're vulnerable, because they don't have voting representation in the House, and they have no voting representation or voice in the U.S. Senate. That's a scandal from the standpoint of democracy. But instead of trying to solve that problem, my colleagues instead want to use the people of Washington, D.C. as a whipping post, as a piñata, something to kick around. And I just think that that's outrageous, and it's wrong. You know, on January 6th, when we were attacked at the Capitol and in this chamber, there were hundreds of residents of Washington, D.C. who worked for the Capitol Police, who worked for the Metropolitan Police Department, who worked for other police forces, who came here to defend us. They came to defend the Congress that they are excluded from. You talk about patriotism, that's patriotism. And these people have a real grievance, a valid grievance. not an imaginary fake counterfeit grievance like a presidential election, which they still claim Donald Trump won, even though their arguments were rejected in more than 60 federal and state courts. And Trump lost that election by more than 7 million votes, 306 and 232 in the Electoral College. I'm glad you're nodding over on that side of the aisle, because these facts are indisputable. And yet still, they indulge the follies and the fantasies and the pathologies of Donald Trump. That's what they do instead. And they try to kick around the people of Washington, D.C., who defended us as patriots on that day. And there are veterans in Washington, D.C., and we'll submit these for the record, who have demanded their voting rights and demanded admission as a state. And yet they dare to lecture the people of Washington, D.C. about what to do with their democratic rights. I reserve.
Gentleman with reserved time. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I feel compelled to respond. These resolutions have been called paternalistic. However, the last time Congress passed a joint resolution of disapproval was all the way back in 1990, my senior year in high school, and I'm 50 years old, Mr. Speaker. Over 30 years ago, Congress does not act upon D.C. legislation unless it is absolutely necessary, and that's what we're faced with today. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
3 minutes recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the joint resolution that would help protect the citizens of Washington, D.C., and prevent violent criminals from being let free to terrorize folks and reoffend. Even Mayor Bowser, by no means a conservative or moderate, was adamantly opposed to the revised Criminal Code Act. She vetoed it. And it's no wonder why she vetoed this measure. So far, year to date, according to the DCPD, Washington, D.C. has seen a 90% increase in auto theft, a 143% increase in sex abuse, and a 29% increase in homicide. On the whole, year to date, property crime is up 31% and overall crime is up 23%. Year to date. Now, that doesn't sound like a recipe for doing away with mandatory minimums, lowering maximum sentences, and increasing rehearings for violent criminals. In New York State, we've seen the impacts of these soft-on-crime policies. In New York City, total crimes were up 22% in 2022 from 2021, and over 47% from 2020, the year that cashless bail took effect. It's alarming, it's startling, and a preview of what's to come in Washington, D.C. if we do not stop this radical measure that was passed from going into effect. Cashless bail in New York was the single stupidest policy that has ever been enacted anywhere. 40% of those who have been released on non-monetary bail for felony offenses have been rearrested. Judges do not have judicial discretion. New York State is the only state in the country that does not have a dangerousness standard. Non-enforcement of petty crimes in New York City, the elimination of the anti-crime unit, which is primarily responsible for getting illegal guns off the streets. Raise the age, where 16 and 17-year-olds are treated in family court rather than criminal court, and yet using guns in the commission of a crime, they're being released. Is it any wonder why gangs would use them? Unrepentant cop killers, child rapists, murderers being released by an out-of-control parole board. And the radical defund the police movement. This has happened in New York City, and it will happen in Washington, D.C. if this law is allowed to go into effect. The greatest responsibility of any government is to ensure the safety and security of its citizenry. Cities like New York, and now Washington, D.C., and Chicago are failing in their responsibility. We are putting our citizens and law enforcement at risk. It needs to stop. This law should not be allowed to go into effect. And Congress has an obligation to act.
Time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. Recognize the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentlewoman's recognized.
we've heard a lot about crime in D.C. So I think it is fair to ask, how does the revised Criminal Code Act penalties compare to the penalties in the states represented in this House? I will cite a few examples from Kentucky, Chairman Comer's home state. The revised Criminal Code Act has a higher mandatory minimum penalty for murder one than Kentucky. The revised Criminal Code Act has a higher maximum penalty for involuntary manslaughter and unarmed robbery than Kentucky. How about armed and unarmed carjacking? The revised Criminal Code Act has specific armed and unarmed carjacking crimes. Kentucky does not. The revised Criminal Code Act maximum penalty for armed carjacking is higher than for first-degree robbery in Kentucky. And the revised Criminal Code Act maximum penalty for unarmed carjacking is higher than for unarmed robbery in Kentucky. How about felony murder? The revised Criminal Code Act has a maximum sentence of 20 years with a maximum of 30 years for aggravating factors. Kentucky abolished felony murder. I yield back.
Close time. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady from the District of Columbia has just made a very powerful point, which is that on a whole range of offenses under the newly revised D.C. Act that they want to overthrow now, the criminal law is tougher in Washington, D.C. than it is in the distinguished chairman's home state of Kentucky. On carjacking, on first-degree murder, on involuntary manslaughter, the people of D.C. have chosen tougher penalties. But the gentlelady didn't arrive to denounce Kentucky as soft on crime or weak on crime and say the whole United States Congress has got to turn itself into a super legislature for Kentucky and strike their laws down. That's up to the people of Kentucky. They don't even have a carjacking statute. You've got to use armed robbery there, which gets you up to 20 years in prison. In the District of Columbia, they have a specific carjacking statute that could get you 24 years in prison. But that is the beauty of the federal system, which I thought our colleagues supported. The idea that people decide at the local level whether they want tougher laws, as in the District of Columbia, or weaker laws, as in Kentucky. That's up to the people of the states to go offense by offense. But I'm afraid that my friend and colleague, Ms. Norton, is taking them a bit too seriously, because they're not really interested in scrutinizing the actual criminal justice policy. They just want to kick the people of Washington, D.C. around. They want to lord it over them. So we had President Biden here this week inviting both parties to work together for continued acceleration of this great economic rebound we're in, with 12 million new jobs, with us finally addressing climate change, with us getting prescription drug benefits to the people of America. He invited us to participate in a bipartisan national renewal, and what does the majority come back with? They want 535 members of the United States Congress to act like a super city council lording over the people of Washington, D.C. It is unjust and unfair to the people of Washington, and it is beneath our dignity as a Democratic Congress to be acting in this way. I reserve.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pretty sure we haven't had a carjacking in my congressional district in several years. If someone thought about carjacking a vehicle in my district, probably wouldn't end well for them. So I don't think that this has anything to do with this important bill in a city that's been ravaged with crime and carjackings every day. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Well, thank you.
The gentleman is recognized for.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today in staunch opposition to the disastrous new Criminal Justice Reform Act passed by the D.C. City Council. If enacted, the revised criminal code of 2022 would effectively prevent the local justice system from keeping criminals off of our streets, all while D.C. grapples with a crime wave. You see, sir, this is not a lecture. As a matter of fact, I spent a career wearing proudly the uniform. I've stood the line between good and evil. I've interrogated criminals. I've consoled victims. In Washington, D.C., from February 2022 to February 2023, homicides have increased 17%. Motor vehicle theft is up 76%. And total property crime is up 24%. Every crime has a victim. Every victim has a story. Instead of working to stop crime, the D.C. City Council chooses to eliminate mandatory minimum sentences for all crimes except first-degree murder as part of the RCCA. This misguided legislation also reduces maximum penalties for violent crimes, such as burglaries, carjackings, and robberies. The D.C. City Council is empowering criminals at the expense of the public, which is why I stand in absolute opposition to their newest soft-on-crime plan. To say that we are targeting people of D.C., using them as, quote, piñatas, how do you think the victims feel? Sadly, this pro-criminal agenda has found its way into many other American cities and states, including my home state of New York. In fact, the D.C. law mirrors New York State's disastrous cashless bail laws implemented by New York State Democrats. Cashless bail allows criminals to commit crimes and be back out on the streets in record time to commit more crimes and wreak havoc on more victims. We have seen it recently in my own district, where illegal immigrants robbed a store, were released without bail, and failed to report to their court date afterwards. This progressive playbook on justice reform endangers the public, treats criminals with kid gloves, and poses a serious risk to the future of American cities, and most importantly, our nation's capital. Instead of enabling criminals to escape punishment for their crimes, we should empower judges and juries to impose responsible penalties.
I yield 30 seconds, 30 additional seconds.
Thank
Gentleman is
you.
recognized.
For crimes committed. We owe it to the people of Washington, D.C. We owe it to the people of the United States of America who live in fear of crime to fight criminals instead of working to protect them. We must stop the revised Criminal Code Act of 2022 from becoming law. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Reserve.
The gentleman's time is reserved. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. If you Google carjacking in Kentucky, what will come up is just a few months ago, 2 people were carjacked in different incidents at gunpoint in Louisville, which I think is in the state of Kentucky. And since we're talking about state laws, that's what should be relevant. So carjacking is obviously a problem across the country. The conceit of the other side seems to be that they care more about crime and public safety in Washington, D.C. than people who live in Washington, D.C. We just got lectures from 2 different members from New York about the terrible conditions in New York. Well, if that's what their concern is, then they should run for the New York State Legislature and change the laws that are involved if they can persuade their fellow citizens that they've got it right. If they can't, then maybe they should reconsider what their agenda is. But in any event, if you want to micromanage the laws of Washington, D.C. and rewrite this 275-page act that was passed to revise the criminal code, which they hadn't revised in a century, with the input of federal and local judges, prosecutors, public defenders, D.C. Council, then move to Washington, D.C. and run for the D.C. City Council. These bills, these resolutions of disapproval come to the House floor without the benefit of a single hearing in the Oversight Committee. They've not had a hearing where the members of Congress could be heard on this, where we could have a single witness, where we could have a single fact introduced, much less have the members of the D.C. City Council who've sent a letter petitioning for respect for democratic self-government in D.C., much less have they had the right to be heard, much less has the mayor had the right to be heard. They keep invoking the name of the mayor of the District of Columbia, who said she does not want Congress to be overturning the laws of the District of Columbia, even if she opposes those laws. Well, that's a principled position in favor of democratic self-government. I dare say most of the members of this body would say, even if they disagree with a law passed by their state legislature in their state and signed by the governor, the Congress should not selectively overturn that law. But that's precisely what they're proposing to do to the people of the District of Columbia, and I will yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
I thank
2
my
minutes
friend
recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding. I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from more than 100 groups led by DC Vote calling on Congress to keep its hands off of GC. And then
Without objection.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to cite examples of increased maximum penalties in D.C. You can't call D.C. soft on crime. For example, non-consensual sexual conduct, which is the most commonly charged sex event. Current maximum, 6 months. New maximum, 2 years. Attempted murder. Current maximum, 5 years. New maximum, 23.5 years. Attempted sexual assault. Current maximum, 5 years. New maximum, 15 years. Threats to do bodily harm. Current maximum, 6 months. New maximum, 2 years. Possession of a machine gun, sawed-off gun, or ghost gun. Current maximum, 1 year. New maximum, 4 years. It increases the maximum penalties for misdemeanor and felony assault on a police officer. I'd like to cite examples of new crimes. Negligent homicide. Maximum penalty is 4 years. Current law does not criminalize negligently causing the death of another except by operating a vehicle. Reckless endangerment with firearm. Maximum penalty is 2 years for firing a gun in public, even if the gun is not aimed at anyone or any property. I urge the members to look at how the DC Council has enhanced penalties, not reduced them, making this city safer for everyone.
Mr. Speaker, if we were actually to pass this approval if we were to pass this resolution of disapproval against Washington, D.C. at this point, I wonder what my colleagues think we do at that point. Sitting as the super counsel for the District of Columbia, would we rewrite the law? In other words, would we then conduct hearings on each of the offenses that the gentlelady has just invoked? Are we going to have hearings about involuntary manslaughter and first-degree murder and carjacking and so on in the District of Columbia? They don't even want to have a hearing on their disapproval resolution, much less do we want to have a hearing on each of these bills and take over the governance of the District of Columbia. Let's respect the Home Rule Act that was adopted in 1973. And Home Rule operates here, just like it operates in all of our states, which is local matters are decided locally. Let's leave it at that. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves time. Recognize the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, Leader Scalise.
1 minute to Leader Scalise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my friend from Kentucky, the chairman of the Oversight Committee, for yielding. Also want to thank Congressman Clyde for bringing H.J. Res. 26, the bill to address this serious problem of crime. And, you know, you've been hearing this debate on the floor. I'm sure people watching at home are watching in amazement that this is not a unanimous discussion, that we are not all standing up here on the House floor deploring the crime that is out of control in the District of Columbia. We've seen it in so many communities around America. You see it in so many big cities, pretty much all run by Democrats, I'll point out, but where crime is out of control after they've dropped penalties for criminals, where they've defunded the police, this massive shift against law enforcement, against keeping communities safe. You would think we would all be in agreement on that. The fact that in D.C., sexual abuse is up 157%. You would think you'd hear the other side joining us in speaking out against that, not trying to defend laws that make it easier to get criminals out of jail. Motor vehicle theft up 88%. Total property crime up 31%. Homicides increased 22%. We see stories of carjackings every day. And what did the D.C. Council do? They passed a resolution to get rid of mandatory minimums on many violent crimes. This isn't some petty crime we're talking about. Violent crimes. Armed carjackings. The mandatory minimum used to be 15 years for an armed carjacking, dropped to 0. Not a day you can hold somebody up at gunpoint and take their car from them, and you could literally walk out of jail the next day without serving a day in prison. And you wonder why crime is out of control. The D.C. mayor vetoed the ordinance. The council overrode it. Now, you hear a lot of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talking about the ability for Congress. Why is Congress even doing this? Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, just the other day, we actually spent a day reading the entire United States Constitution on the House floor. Maybe my Democrat colleagues didn't listen to that discussion. Maybe they haven't read the United States Constitution in a long time, but I'll break the copy out. It's easy to read. Article 1, Section 8 talks about the District of Columbia. It says Congress has the power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district. Yes, Congress is given the exclusive right to legislate in all cases dealing with the District of Columbia. You could talk about debates that go on in state houses. The District of Columbia is not a state for a lot of reasons. Our founding fathers actually wanted a capital of the United States that wasn't part of a state. There's a lot of debate about why that happened. In fact, this land that we're standing on right now used to be part of a state. The state's called Maryland. It's still there. Maryland gave land to the United States because our nation decided we wanted the capital to be in a place that is not tied to the other states. That's just the home of the nation's capital. And it gave Congress in the Constitution the authority to get involved in these kind of issues. And it doesn't happen often. But my God, if we can't come together with crime out of control, with people being killed, with criminals being let out the next day after violent crimes are committed, and mandatory minimums are dropped from 15 years to 0, if you hold a gun to somebody's head and carjack them, that's why we're coming together, to take a stand. And everybody can vote if they are okay with letting the carjackers walk scot-free. They'll have that opportunity. Don't count me in that number. I would say don't count the millions of people that both live in the District of Columbia, living in fear of crime, don't want that crime, and the millions of people that come as tourists to come and visit our nation's capital should not live in fear of that violent crime every day because criminals get to walk free. And how is the governance determined? They allow people that are here illegally to vote in D.C. We have another bill that we're bringing up to say that people here illegally cannot vote in D.C. elections. It's bizarre listening to the debate on the other side that want to defend the ability for illegals. We went and verified there's not even an exception for foreign nationals. So people that work at the Chinese embassy, we saw how they respect our laws in the United States. They flew a spy balloon over most of the sensitive military bases of our nation last week. Yet people that work at the Chinese embassy or Chinese citizens can vote in D.C. elections. There's a piece of legislation that repeals that as well. And obviously, there's some in this chamber who want to defend the right for people here illegally, including people that work for the CCP that are Chinese nationals, that are Russian nationals. They want them to be able to vote in D.C. elections. Enough is enough. We are exercising our constitutional right to say no to this madness. Let's restore law and order. Let's stand up for law and order and the people of the District of Columbia and all the millions of people who come to visit this nation's capital who don't want to live in fear, who don't think that the carjackers should be able to walk scot-free if they pull out a gun and put it to somebody's head to take their car or to break into their house or to do so many other violent things that are causing fear throughout communities. We can do something about this. We ought to do this. We ought to pass both of these pieces of legislation. So I urge passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Recognize the gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close.
Gentleman reserved.
I just want to correct just a few of the major distortions that we just heard from the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana. First of all, carjacking, as I understand it from this act, and I'm willing to stand corrected, is not legal in the District of Columbia. On the contrary, it could be punished by up to 24 years. I think the gentleman from Louisiana misunderstood my colloquy with the chairman of the committee, because it's in Kentucky where carjacking is not a statutory offense. If you were to charge the people who were carjacked recently in Louisville, you would have to charge them under armed robbery because there's not a carjacking statute. Washington, D.C. has one and has a penalty of up to 24 years, which is more than you could get in Kentucky for armed robbery. The second point is he said that crime was out of control in Washington, D.C. Well, the crime rate is higher in Bakersfield, California, which is represented by the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, and a major city, New Orleans, in the gentleman's home state, quote from, this is from Fox News, closed 2022 with sky-high homicide rate not seen in decades. Horrific. New Orleans was given the grim distinction of murder capital of the U.S. in September. But we don't need to have some kind of race to the bottom Olympics in terms of which state or which city has the worst crime rate. We should get together to deal with the problem of gun violence, which is why I invite our colleagues to join us and more than 90% of the American people who support a universal violent criminal background check. But they oppose it. They are locked in the stranglehold of the NRA, and they won't back this, despite the fact that all the police unions they cited today about D.C. support a universal violent criminal background check. Why don't they do something about semi-automatic assault weapons on the streets of our cities and towns across America? They won't do it. No, they would rather use crime simply as a political club to try to take away other people's democratic rights. Mr. Speaker, it is scandalous the way the majority purports to stand up for local self-government and home rule when they want to trample all of the democratic rights of the people of Washington, D.C. Let's not sit as a super city council of 535 members doing the municipal minutia of the people of Washington. Let them govern themselves. We should be on the pathway to statehood for them, but at the very least, respect their right to home rule. Nobody cares more about public safety in D.C. than the people of D.C. Nobody cares more about the condition of their communities than the people who live in them. That is a basic precept of democratic ideas. I hope my colleagues will respect that, and I hope everyone will vote to reject this continuing series of disapproval resolutions against the people of Washington. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter 4 letters of support for this resolution into the record. letters from the D.C. Police Union, National Fraternal Order of Police, National Association of Police Organizations, and the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association.
Without objection.
The D.C. Revised Criminal Code Act of 2022 is irresponsible. It's dangerous. It's playing with the livelihoods of all who live in or visit D.C. by gutting the local justice system and allowing emboldened criminals to remain on the streets. This Congress must swiftly exercise its constitutional role concerning the District of Columbia and reject this misguided legislation from going into effect. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to unite in support of law and order and support this necessary resolution of disapproval. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for this debate has expired. Pursuit of House Resolution 97, the previous question is ordered. The question on the engrossment of the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed, no. The yeas have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia in approving the revised Criminal Code Act of 2022.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed, no. The yeas have it. Joint resolution.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentleman seek the yeas and nays?
I do.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. And significant numbers have risen. The yeas and the nays are ordered. Pursuit of Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further procedures today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote on the yeas and the nays are ordered. Are votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20? The House will resume procedures on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 104.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 104, resolution condemning the Chinese Communist Party's use of a high-altitude surveillance balloon over United States territory as a brazen violation of United States sovereignty.
Pursuant to rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am from Texas, and I'm proud to be from the great state. I appreciate that. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, this past week, the nation watched in shock as a Chinese surveillance balloon traversed much of the United States, including sensitive American military sites like Maelstrom Air Force Base in Montana. That base is one of the 3 places where our Minuteman ICBM nuclear missiles are stored. Americans were rightfully deeply disturbed by this brazen violation of sovereignty by the Chinese Communist Party. This act of aggression was done on the eve of a scheduled meeting between Chairman Xi and Secretary of State Antony Blinken. That meeting was ultimately canceled. The balloon, I believe, was a test of this administration to see how it would respond. I believe the president should have shot it down before it entered American airspace, rather than allow it to cross over the continental United States airspace. But make no mistake, this was another intentionally provocative act by the CCP. And as I've said often, weakness invites aggression. This act will only further embolden and empower our enemies. It will embolden and empower Chairman Xi. Mr. Speaker, I've never seen a foreign nation adversary fly a reconnaissance aircraft that you could see from the ground with your own eyes. The CCP threat is now within sight for Americans across the heartland, a vision and memory that they will not forget. This is further proof that the CCP does not care about having a constructive relationship with the United States. It is publicly challenging U.S. interests, threatening Taiwan, supporting Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, and now violating U.S. sovereignty. If there's any question whether the administration should request funds supporting Taiwan's foreign military financing grants, this incident alone should make it clear that the time is now to harden ourselves and our partners against the Chinese military aggression. An event like this, Mr. Speaker, must not happen again, and it cannot go unanswered. They only understand one thing, and that is force, and that's projecting power. And we need to project power and force and strength against the Chinese Communist Party. They must understand that we do desire peace, but infringing upon our sovereignty leads us down a dangerous path. Our adversaries must believe that any future incursion into American airspace by a spy balloon or any other vehicle will be met with decisive force. And that is why the House should pass this resolution. The resolution, I want to say in here, under Section 4, it does call for the Biden administration to continue to keep Congress apprised by providing comprehensive briefings on this incident that include, and there are many of these, but I want to go to the end, most importantly, a detailed description of plans, capabilities, and methods to deter and defeat intelligence collection activities conducted by the PRC or other foreign adversaries in the national airspace system, and any additional authorities needed from Congress to ensure detection and defeat these activities in the future. And I hope this administration will comply with this resolution. This resolution, I believe, sends a clear bipartisan signal to the CCP and our adversaries around the world that this action will not be tolerated. To tell the world with a united voice that our national security is not a partisan issue. We stand together today with one voice as Americans against this act of aggression by the Chinese Communist Party. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge unanimous support of this resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of HRES 104, condemning the CCP's use of a high-altitude surveillance balloon over the United States territory as a brazen violation of U.S. sovereignty that was authored by my friend and chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Michael McCall. Last week, the entire world witnessed a clear and unacceptable breach of U.S. sovereignty. I stand here today to strongly denounce the presence of the PRC balloon in the United States airspace. And it is now up to Beijing to demonstrate, not just to the United States, but to the world, that it is serious about respecting international rules and law, and that it is genuine about stabilizing relations with the United States. Secretary Blinken was on his way to Beijing to engage in diplomacy, but, and I believe correctly, canceled his trip. It was the PRC's irresponsible behavior that once again hindered U.S. efforts at dialogue and de-escalation. Because once we cross that line, it would not be good for any nation. And that's why diplomacy is always important. The PRC also needs to come clean and stop pretending that this was a civilian airship gathering weather information that accidentally veered into the U.S. airspace. We all know, and now with the debris that we're picking up after the responsible shooting down of the balloon in the Atlantic Ocean, we all know that it was a PRC surveillance balloon, full stop. And Beijing needs to own up to it. Now, I thank the Biden administration for the transparency that we learned, that this was not the first time that the PRC balloon has transmitted over U.S. airspace. In fact, this has happened at least 3 times during the Trump administration and once before this administration. We also learned that last week's incident was part of a larger PRC global surveillance operation that has infringed on the sovereignty and threatened the security of nations across 5 continents. And we read this morning in various public forums like the New York Times and the Washington Post that we've gained knowledge by shooting this balloon down in the Atlantic Ocean. And as we dig it up, we'll find more information and be able to share it with our allies so that we can collectively make sure that the violation of sovereignty does not continue by the PRC. And so I also want to thank, because I know over the weekend when this incident happened, I was talking to a number of members of my staff, trying to get to some, and they were telling me they were in the skiff, being informed by the administration of things that were going on. And it's that kind of transparency and information that must continue. And finally, let me just say that I thank the Biden administration for bringing that balloon down. I don't believe that China thought we'd take it down. We did. We benefited from it. We've learned from it. We're examining it. We're working with our allies to make sure that our sovereignty is not invaded by the PRC. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, who personally eyewitnessed this spy balloon in the Atlantic Ocean as it was shot down on the beaches right off of his district, off the coast of his district in South Carolina.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of House Resolution 104, a resolution condemning the Chinese Communist Party's use of a high-altitude surveillance balloon over United States territory as a brazen violation of United States sovereignty, introduced by House Foreign Affairs Chairman Michael McCall of Texas, not Kentucky. I would never have imagined that my Saturday afternoon would have been disrupted due to a Chinese spy balloon. Not only did it float across most of South Carolina, it floated across the entire continental United States and ended up over my district, and out of all places in this country, the balloon was shot down right off the coast of my hometown, Surfside Beach, where I represent. And yes, it does, if you watch it, and if you were there on the ground, sound like it was straight out of a sci-fi movie. There is no question that the response, or rather lack of response from this administration, in my opinion, was negligent. More than 19 million people annually visit our area to enjoy our beautiful beaches and southern hospitality along more than 60 miles of coast that is known as the Grand Strand. Myrtle Beach is known for many things, Mr. Speaker, but part of that equation has never been an international incident taking place right off of our shores. The Chinese Communist Party last Friday on February 3rd said that this was merely a weather balloon gathering meteorological data and got lost in our country. It's comical to me that they would actually think that we would fall for such a bogus claim. Let me be clear. This was a blatant violation of American sovereignty as part of a comprehensive surveillance program on the United States as well as other countries across the globe. This was a test by the Chinese Communist Party, and it saddens me to say that I think that this administration failed that test. This is the United States. Our foreign policy has always been built on peace through strength. This is our wake-up call. It is time for President Biden to step up on the world stage and take a page from one of my favorite presidents, Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. While diplomacy should always be our first objective, we must be prepared to respond with strength when necessary. This resolution shows that the U.S. House of Representatives, in bipartisan fashion, condemns the Chinese Communist Party's efforts to deceive the international community with their false claims of intelligence collection, and I call on this administration to promptly and decisively act to further prevent surveillance attempts in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
Gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
China says it reserves the right to retaliate against America for the temerity of shooting down their spy balloon over our territory. This arrogance should not surprise us. It is the fruit of decades of China successfully pushing us around and getting away with murder. The balloon is just the latest, and I think the smallest, invasion of our sovereignty. China denies access to American companies to its market, thus creating the most lopsided trading relationship in the history of trading relationships, with all the macroeconomic effects that has. But it also has an effect on our sovereignty, because it then allows access to their markets to selected American companies, handing out that access like dog training treats. And lo and behold, our corporations, they roll over, they sit down, they play dead. Morgan Stanley has to tell its American customers to invest, or advises them to invest 15% of their money in China. Oh, and if it fails to do so, Morgan Stanley won't be able to do business in China. God forbid anybody from the NBA mentions Hong Kong or the Uyghurs, they're bounced out of the league. And Hollywood is told they can only get 40 movies into China every year, which means if they make a movie about Tibet, it will not be shown in China. Hell, if they make a movie about Tibet, none of their movies will ever be shown in China. As a result, we're not going to see a movie about Tibet or the Uyghurs. China controls what we see on our screens. And then a little problem with COVID, where China's obfuscation and lack of cooperation led to hundreds of thousands of deaths around the world. But most significantly is the millions of jobs that we have lost as we've seen our industry hollowed out. The result is a decline in real wages over the last 30 years of Americans without college degrees, and the fentanyl crisis as well. All of these offenses deserve a major response, and we cannot limit that response to the response to just this balloon. And like a balloon, we cannot allow this to all blow over. I have 5 modest proposals. First, we should sell identified weapon systems to Taiwan, including the helicopters. Second, we should provide that China automatically loses its most favored nation status if they invade or blockade Taiwan. Third, all major American corporations should report to their shareholders how they would be affected by a rupture in the U.S.-China trade relationship, because that is a genuine risk factor. It might happen. But that will encourage the companies to disengage from China and to build resiliency to compete for capital by showing shareholders that they are ready and that they have disengaged. And if our companies are resilient, our economy is resilient. Fourth, we need a fund to compensate American companies that choose not to bow down to China and therefore suffer losses. And this needs to be funded from a tariff on Chinese goods. And fifth, we need tough responses to China and tariffs if they retaliate for any of the four things I just identified. We have a lot to do. This balloon has woken up the American people, and it should wake us up to the far greater things that China has done. In the meantime, let's pass this resolution. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and another eyewitness to this act of aggression as the balloon traveled across her state, the state of Missouri.
Recognized 2.5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Chairman McCall for yielding the time and for this resolution. And I rise in support of the resolution. Literally, from the heart of Missouri's 2nd Congressional District, there I was in the suburbs of St. Louis County as I watched this spy balloon with my own eyes. And I wasn't the only one. I was getting calls from friends and family all over Missouri who were horrified that this was allowed to happen. We watched in real time from our backyards and workplaces as a foreign aircraft equipped with spyware navigated over our neighborhoods, our military installations, and our vital infrastructure. As this spy balloon approached Alaska, the response should have been crystal clear. It should have been shot down before it entered our skies. Instead, the Biden administration waffled again. They knowingly allowed a foreign military aircraft equipped with spyware to invade U.S. sovereign territory and navigate itself unimpeded all across the country, putting the privacy of countless Americans at risk. Communist China issued a deliberate and serious provocation, and instead of responding with strength and resolve, the administration showed the dictatorship in Beijing that they could again be bullied. President Biden's weakness and indecision sends a dangerous signal to our adversaries like Iran and Russia and North Korea, and it certainly did not give confidence to our allies. It is unconscionable that the administration waited so long to take action and protect our national security, infrastructure, and military assets. The administration needs to take action to correct a mistake and to restore American deterrence. Congress must get to the bottom of this deeply disturbing episode. We have a duty to our constituents, many of whom feel much less safe today than they did at about this time a week ago. I can tell you that that's the case in Missouri's 2nd Congressional District, where families literally watched as the foreign military balloon aircraft flew over their private property, collecting data about their lives to send back to Beijing. This must never happen again. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting House Res 104, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I gladly yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee.
Recognized 3 minutes.
I thank the ranking member, thank the managers of this bill. This was no weather balloon. This was a spy balloon. And let me be very clear. Members of both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, are standing before the American people and recognizing that this resolution of the Chinese Communist Party's actions are appropriate, and we should, as Americans, denounce their actions. But let me be very clear as well. I want to congratulate the United States military, intelligence officials, and others who effectively took the Commander-in-Chief's order that occurred on February 1st to shoot it down, and they handled themselves with the greatest amount of appropriateness to ensure that the American people were safe, to contain the threat, and to do their job. It serves no purpose to suggest that the Commander-in-Chief, President Joe Biden, failed the American people or did anything wrong. Interestingly enough, in the midst of the spy balloon, over 70% of the American people believe that Joe Biden took to the podium in the State of the Union and gave them enough comfort that the State of the Union is well. Our souls are strong, and the American people are strong. And so, yes, as a member of the Homeland Security Committee, I am keenly aware and concerned about this nation's national security, keenly aware of the time frame in which this spy balloon came into our eyesight. With that in mind, even as it traversed the United States, I can assure you, in spite of the chronicling of the facts here, that General Austin, Department of Defense, and others that were responsible for our safety pursuant to the direction of the Commander-in-Chief followed this spy balloon and were able to handle its appropriateness in the course of shooting it down. And finally, let me say, it is important that we use this as a condemnation of the Chinese Communist Party. Let us not use this to intimidate Chinese Americans or to be able to create atmospheres of hate. I denounce that. And I denounce SB 147 in the state of Texas that wants to stop Chinese Americans from buying property. That is not the American way. What is the American way is to stand as Democrats and Republicans and others and members of Congress to take our full responsibility alongside of the executive to ensure your national security. We have done that. We have the facts, we know the traversing, and I can assure you that the Chinese Americans have not engaged themselves in this activity and should not be condemned, and the Chinese Communist Party is aware of the strength of the people of the United States and their defense. I yield back.
Gentleman's time reserved. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organizations.
Gentleman, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good friend for authoring this very important and very timely resolution. It asks many of the tough questions that have to be asked, and we need answers. Mr. Speaker, journalist Paul Bedard wrote an incisive article on February 3rd entitled, "Dry Run, Balloons Called Top Delivery Platform for Nuclear EMP Attack." And he points out that obviously the grid would be fried, we would be unable to do just about anything. And here's a balloon going over our military installations, including our ICBM base, with the capability to launch an EMP attack. Did we know it? Did it have such a payload? We have no idea. And let me also say, surveillance was at a minimum what was happening. It should have been shot down much sooner over the Aleutian Islands in a way that would have just stopped this unbelievable breach of U.S. sovereignty. He quotes in this article a man by the name of David Stuckenberg, who's an EMP expert, and he says, a high-altitude balloon could be designed, created, and launched in a matter of months, and that's what they did. There's nothing to prevent several hundred pounds of weapons material from being delivered from that altitude. He talks about the flyover as being a dry run. They're testing us, and we did not rise to that challenge. Let me say to my friends and colleagues, the militaristic aspirations of the PRC under Xi Jinping are global. He wants hegemony, obviously, in the region, but he looks at the entire world, and he has a multi-year plan for conquest. Finally, Xi Jinping, and I've chaired 76 congressional hearings on human rights abuse in China. I'm barred from going there by the CCP. Xi Jinping and the CCP systematically murder, jail, torture, persecute, commit genocide against their own citizens. And as we all know, it does pose an existential threat to its neighbors in the region and to the United States. We need to up our game and mitigate the threat to our own people Americans deserve better, and this resolution is asking the tough questions so that happens. I yield back.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from New York, recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Asia Pacific.
Gentlewoman from California, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McCall, for yielding and for your leadership on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I rise in strong support of this resolution condemning the Chinese Communist Party's use of high-altitude surveillance balloon over U.S. territory as a brazen violation of U.S. sovereignty and international norms. The balloon has been shot down, and I thank those who bravely completed the mission. However, many questions remain, and intelligence reports show what we all knew. This was neither a coincidence nor something to be taken lightly. This surveillance balloon was part of a larger program by the CCP that has collected information on military assets in Indo-Pacific countries like Taiwan, Japan, India, and the Philippines. We all know that this balloon does not even scratch the surface of the CCP's surveillance capabilities. Millions of Americans are spied upon every single day through TikTok and other state-affiliated applications and technologies. Whether in airspace or cyberspace, we cannot allow the CCP to spy on us. We cannot allow the CCP to threaten our way of life and the American dream. The time to project strength is now. We must defend our airspace, send a strong signal to the CCP that this behavior will not be tolerated, and equip our allies with the tools they need to deter and defend against CCP's aggression. As Indo-Pacific Subcommittee Chair, I'm committed to getting answers from the Biden administration about when they knew the CCP's balloon was entering the U.S. airspace, what they know about the CCP balloon program, and we need to ensure the United States responds to this type of aggression with strong, decisive action from our leaders. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, time is reserved. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say that the Biden administration, we just had a classified hearing, so the questions could be asked. They've been transparent. So if there's any questions that need to be asked, as I said earlier, my staff and other staff were informed and briefed. Fact of the matter is the Biden administration has declassified a lot of the information, and that's why we read it in the New York Times today and the Washington Post yesterday, so that the American people know what's going on. So there's no secrecy in what took place. We know that there was a decision, as indicated in the Times today, that we would get more information by bringing it down in the Atlantic Ocean and obtaining the balloon, looking at it, and learning from it, and having more of a benefit than China did with what its civilian balloon was attempting to do. We know that. So there's no question, if there's any question that any member of Congress has about what took place or transpired, one, you can first just go to the New York Times or the Washington Post, or two, where yesterday Secretary of State Blinken held a press conference, or you could have gone to the classified hearing this morning where all of the decision makers were present and asked any question that you wanted to. So there's been complete transparency by the Biden administration. I conclude by saying, though, there's one thing that we all agree upon, that the United States sovereignty was crossed by the PRC. There's one thing that we can agree upon, that the PRC are the ones that violated it and sent a surveillance balloon, not only here in the United States, but as we've learned, over 5 continents. And that we've got to work collectively together to isolate the PRC and its dictatorship for the harm and the spying that it is doing across this globe. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves time. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke, an original co-sponsor of this bill, and also yet another member who eyewitnessed this spy balloon as it flew over his state of Montana.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, well, I'm thrilled to death that both sides recognize it's a problem, and it is. But let's call it like it is. First of all, China. I don't expect China to tell the truth. It says a civilian airship. We know that's a lie. But I tell you, nor do I appreciate the Biden administration's explanation. Let's go through them really quickly. Number one, remote. Our concern not to shoot it down because it was going someplace remote, or we could have collateral damage on the ground. It went through Aleutian Chain, one of the most remote places on the planet. As a former SEAL, I can tell you there's not a lot out there. Then it went over Montana. Petroleum County, for instance, has 434 people in it. That is less than the United States Congress. And then I guarantee you the chance of hitting collateral damage was probably more off the coast of Myrtle Beach than it was in Montana. And then they even suggest, well, we gained great intelligence as it meandered from Montana to the Carolinas because we were monitoring what the Chinese were spying on. That's like inviting a burglar to your house just to see what he takes. So look, it's a problem and it has been a problem. And also, to blame the Trump administration, look, I was Secretary of State. Does anyone in this body, does anyone in America remember a balloon the size of 3 buses at 65,000 feet going from Montana to North Carolina? I mean, come on. So we all recognize it's a problem. And lastly, if this administration can't figure a balloon out, then how can we figure out Taiwan? Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McCall. And Mr. Speaker, thank you to Chairman McCall and the ranking member for House Resolution 104. I stand to support this resolution. The sovereignty of any nation should, at the very least, be defined by its physical barriers. Certainly, sovereignty extends far beyond geographic borders, but at its base, a sovereign nation not only has the right to defend itself against intrusion, but it has the responsibility to do so. Daily, our executive branch chooses policy pathways in the areas of national defense, foreign affairs, and homeland security that weaken the sovereignty of these United States. We see this on the southern border on a minute-by-minute basis. And this past week, we saw this weak-minded leadership when we failed to take timely and decisive action to shoot down what we knew was an intelligence-gathering balloon on a mission from the Chinese Communist Party. This nation is capable of strong and decisive action to protect its national interests, but we must be willing to act on this capability. Let the foreign affairs and national defense policies in this nation be strong, strategic, and steady. If we are not, our sovereignty will certainly erode to nothing. I stand again to support House Resolution 104, appreciate the bipartisan support on this issue, and in doing so, I stand to support the sovereignty of these United States and the security of its people. I yield.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Executive reserve.
Gentleman is reserved. Recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee and the chairman of the Europe Subcommittee.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding me time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of HRES 104, which rightfully condemns this violation of the United States sovereignty by the Chinese Communist Party. Last week, we saw the Chinese Communist Party breach U.S. airspace with the intention of openly surveilling sensitive U.S. national security facilities, including locations housing nuclear missiles. This is unacceptable and demonstrates again that the CCP is willing to challenge the United States and to flaunt its intelligence gathering operations in our country. The Biden administration owes the American people an explanation as to why earlier action was not taken against this threat. Why is any foreign government allowed to act in this fashion without an immediate response from the U.S.? We must project strength, not weakness, if this nation wants to be taken seriously on the world stage. I thank the men and the women of our armed services who carried out this mission to remove this surveillance from our skies. I will continue working with my colleagues on the Foreign Affairs Committee to support our partners in the Indo-Pacific to address this threat posed by the CCP and to provide appropriate oversight over this administration. Thank you. I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Ready to close?
We're prepared to close.
Gentleman from
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. Mr.
Gentleman's
Speaker.
recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, H.Res. 104 is an opportunity for this body to denounce the People's Republic of China's repeated infringement of U.S. sovereignty. The events of the past week and our response to it, including this resolution, reveals the PRC's irresponsible actions to the world and demonstrates that the United States will always act to defend our sovereignty and work with our allies. Indeed, this balloon traveled over Canada and, as we said, over 5 continents. And there's conversations that our allies are having collectively to defeat and make sure that sovereignty is preserved. Through its measured and effective action that safeguarded civilian life and prevented escalation, the Biden administration showcased to the world once again that the United States is the responsible power. And by swiftly sharing information about the PRC's global surveillance efforts, we have strengthened the confidence and trust that our allies and partners have in us. In short, the PRC came out on the bottom, and America came out on top. With the confidence that we will continue to do so in our competition with the PRC, I hope that all of my colleagues join me in condemning the PRC's violation of our sovereignty and support this resolution. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say, lies, deceit, espionage, spying, this is nothing new. I remember in 1997, I was assigned to a case at the Department of Justice to prosecute a man named Johnny Chung. He was taking money from Chinese intelligence officials, from China Aerospace, to put into the Clinton campaign to influence the election, because China wanted to influence the election back then. They wanted satellites. They wanted aerospace technology. That's why they were doing it then. And guess what? My FBI agent got indicted for espionage for sleeping with a Chinese spy. Imagine that. A Chinese spy who for 20 years was cultivated as an FBI asset. Her name was Katrina Leung, and I'll never forget it, because all the information I gave my agent went straight back to the mothership in Beijing. A Chinese spy, 20 years cultivated, became a double agent reporting back to Beijing, and we can't release those documents 20 years ago, 30 years ago. But this one takes a cake, man. A balloon as brazen that's only 60,000 feet above the ground, that can be seen from the naked eye to surveil the United States of America. We talked at our organizational meeting last night how this committee is bipartisan. And we are bipartisan. We are bipartisan on this issue. And Mr. Speaker, I will tell you this. If there's anything this Congress can get done, I challenge the other side of the aisle. Let's stand together against this common enemy that we have. Our enemy is not each other. Our enemy are our foreign enemy nations, like China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. China being the largest foreign state adversary, the biggest threat long-term to the national security interest of the United States. Let's do it with one voice. Let's put our partisan politics aside, do what's right for America. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 104? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. Yes.
On that, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 104 will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of HJ Resolution 24 and passage of HJ Resolution 26. This is a 15-minute vote. Go. Gavel or no? On this vote, the yeas are 419, the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gavel. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 24, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 24, Joint Resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act of 2022.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 260, the nays are 162. The joint resolution is passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 26, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 26, Joint Resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the revised Criminal Code Act of 2022.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 250 and the nays are 173. The joint resolution is passed.
From what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. Sorry about that. Communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 9, 2023. I hereby designate the period from Friday, February 10, 2023 through Friday, February 24, 2023 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Lucy Green for being awarded the Defense Community Champion Award by the Valdosta Lounge Chamber of Commerce. Dr. Green has spent her entire career giving back to the community and our education system. After serving for 31 years as an educator, she became a strong advocate in the fight to keep Moody Air Force Base open. Dr. Green was instrumental in successfully advocating for the base to remain open. For her hard work, she was awarded the Defense Community Champion Award by the Valdosta Lounge Chamber of Commerce. She also devoted her time to the Moody Support Group for Moody Air Force Base in 1991, where her husband Parker was named Executive Director. I would like to commend Dr. Lucy Green for her tireless efforts as an educator and advocate for our nation's servicemen and women. Thank you for everything you do, Dr. Green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman. Okay. Okay. From what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the Black and Indigenous soldiers who played a crucial role in winning our nation's independence. Soldiers of color made up a quarter of George Washington's forces by the time they marched to victory in Yorktown, but they have been largely erased from the story of our nation. At best, the teaching of Revolutionary War history fails to highlight the contributions of Black and Indigenous Americans. At worst, it actively whitewashes them. This Black History Month, I'd like to celebrate the passage of my National Liberty Memorial Preservation Act, which President Biden signed into law as part of last year's omnibus funding package. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order. The House is not in order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Black History Month, I'd like to celebrate the passage of my National Liberty Memorial Preservation Act, which President Biden signed into law as part of last year's omnibus funding package. My bipartisan legislation will establish a memorial to honor the soldiers of color who risked everything for American independence. By establishing this memorial, we can write these brave soldiers back into the narrative of our American history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Without objection. For what purpose? Purpose does the gentleman from Missouri rise and seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute.
The House is not in order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Ava Lawless, a resident constituent from my district in Missouri, and I'm so honored to appoint her to the United States Air Force Academy. Ava Lawless was my first appointee as a military academy, and we took in a lot of qualified applicants on this one. Ava is active, focused, driven. She's going to the U.S. Air Force Academy, and she's proudly going to serve our great nation. She comes from a strong family. Her dad is, in fact, a graduate of the Air Force Academy. Her family instilled in her great dedication, a foundation of understanding, of respecting our nation. They cultivated a real patriotism and passion for service, and her family taught her the value of hard work. We are so very proud of Ava Lawless and her commitment to serving our nation. I couldn't be more proud and honored to recognize her today as our first appointee to the United States Air Force Academy. God bless you, Ava. God be with you, and we'll look forward to seeing you here on Capitol Hill someday. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Correction, gentleman from Georgia. Yes. Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to give honor, along with the members of the Georgia delegation, to my friend of long standing for almost 50 years, Mr. Thomas Deutsch of Atlanta, Georgia. Thomas is a fine gentleman, a Fort Valley State University graduate, a strong alumnus, a big supporter of the Fort Valley Foundation, and he's the founder of the National Black College Hall of Fame Foundation. He is a stalwart, a pillar of the 100 black men of the United States, and he has done so much for so many in mentoring youngsters. Winston Churchill said that we make our living by what we get, we make our life by what we give. Tommy has given so much to so many for so long, and we are so delighted to honor him, his legacy today. I yield back the balance of my time.
New York. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to voice my strong opposition to New York State Governor Kathy Hochul's 2023 budget proposal. Each year, Congress directs billions of Medicaid dollars to the state and local government to administer programs to help our most vulnerable neighbors. And Governor Hochul's budget puts these programs at risk and the people served in danger. Her budget steals $1 billion in federal Medicaid dollars from the most vulnerable to subsidize a bloated and broken state bureaucracy. It puts programs that are meant to serve hungry children, impoverished seniors, and working mothers on the chopping block. That is what is at risk. Things like food assistance and senior nursing care and addiction treatment services. Governor Hochul is stealing from programs that help children, seniors, and those living in poverty, and putting Albany bureaucracy in control of another billion in taxpayer money. I oppose this budget and seek that we protect the most vulnerable of our neighbors all across New York. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to question my Republican colleagues' continued support of Donald Trump. He does not support our country nor their party. He rejects our American Constitution. He steals Republican funds. For example, he raised $150 million for Republican candidates and then kept all the money for himself and his rallies. He insults Americans of faith and used the Bible as a prop during a promotional shoot. He attacks Republican officials and works to remove them from office. And now he could face federal prosecution for his role in January 6th insurrection. I'm proud to be part of the Democratic Party that works for the American people, not one person. Yet too many Republicans support Donald Trump more than our country. It does not make sense to me nor the American people.
Gentleman's
With that, I
time has
yield
expired.
back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
I request recognition for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the president's hypocrisy when it comes to the debt ceiling. He opposed raising the debt ceiling 3 different times. Here are some of his quotes when he voted to oppose debt ceiling increases. He said, "My vote against the debt limit increase cannot change the fact that we have incurred this debt already and will no doubt incur more." He also said, "It is a statement that I refuse to be associated with the policies that brought us to this point." He also said, "There is just so much of our debt that other nations want to hold. The more of it they accumulate, the closer we are to the day when they will not want any more." He also said, "Our interest rates will go up, the value of our U.S. bonds will drop, and we'll have big problems." He also said the roots of that lie in the disastrous policies of this administration, and I could go on and on, it's all in the congressional record. 3 times he's opposed raising the debt ceiling. The way you spell hypocrisy when it comes to debt ceiling is simple. It's B-I-D-E-N.
Members are reminded to refrain from personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Pete Reed, an alum of the Community College of Rhode Island, a former U.S. Marine who was killed while on a humanitarian mission delivering aid to evacuees in Bakhmut, a besieged city in the Donetsk region of Ukraine. Pete dedicated his life to the service of others. He deployed twice to Helmand province in Afghanistan, joined Team Rubicon after Hurricane Sandy, and helped to train medical teams in both Haiti and Iraq. Pete and fellow veteran Derek Coleman decided to form Global Response Medicine, an NGO dedicated to serving the world's most vulnerable people in the midst of conflict, war, or disaster, after seeing the need for such an organization during the Battle of Mosul in Iraq. This work brought him to Global Outreach Doctors, where she joined in January to lead its efforts in Ukraine. A remarkable man, Pete Reed was not only a veteran and a humanitarian, but also a mentor to CCRI students and veterans. It's impossible to know how many lives he touched. My thoughts and prayers are with Pete's entire family and all those who loved him and called him a friend. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in the honor of the memory of Yuba County Sheriff Gary Dennis Tyndall. Gary was born in October 1947. He graduated from Marysville High School in 1965 and then went on to attend UC Davis and Cal State Chico shortly afterwards. He joined the Yuba County Sheriff Department in 1971. In 1975, he married his wife, Irene Chesini, and together they raised 3 children, Josh, Michelle, and Alice. In 1990, he was elected sheriff in Yuba County and served 2 terms in that role. In his spare time, he taught law enforcement classes at Butte College and served as assistant coroner down in Marin County. Even after retiring from public service, he continued to serve his people, his community, as an active member of the Kiwanis Club, helping with local Little Leagues and Boy Scouts. He was a devoted family man and a paragon in his community. From his outstanding public service to his volunteering to keeping our streets safe, his influence was felt everywhere. It's with my deepest condolences to Gary's family and everyone who knew him I rise today. He's an ideal American man, be dearly missed. May he rest in eternal peace. I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Dortch is the national chairman of 100 Black Men of America, Incorporated, and his life and career have truly been exceptional. Whether serving our government, consulting major American businesses, or giving back through philanthropic endeavors, Thomas Dortch Jr. has excelled at the highest levels. As a staff member for Senator Sam Nunn, he became the first African American in history to become chief administrator for a United States senator. As a speaker and mentor, his voice was always in high demand, including for our very own Congressional Black Caucus. And as the founder of the National Black College Alumni Hall of Fame, he created a space for our country to celebrate the achievements of graduates of our nation's historically Black colleges and universities and ensure that we continue to protect and invest in educational opportunities for Black Americans. During Black History Month, it's good and proper that we celebrate the legacy of one man who has done so much for our community. On behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus and the United States House of Representatives, we send our deepest love and appreciation for all that he has done. Thank you, Mr. Dortch.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and celebrate the bicentennial of Yates County, New York, named after New York State Governor Joseph Yates, the 7th governor of New York, who commissioned the county in 1823. Yates County is home to rolling hills and spectacular lakeside views of 3 of the Finger Lakes, Keuka, Seneca, and Canandaigua. Comprised of 9 townships, Yates County is home to just over 24,000 New Yorkers, only a small increase from the 20,000 people that called Yates County home at the time of its founding in 1823. Yates County has preserved its pristine beauty over these years and played an important role in our state's history, including being home to some of the state's oldest stone mills and the lovely town of Branchport, which served as an important trade hub for steamboats along the Finger Lakes. It was my distinct honor to have my guest at the State of the Union, Yates County Sheriff Ron Spike, the longest-serving sheriff in the history of the state of New York. It's an honor to represent Yates County in Congress, and I am proud to celebrate Yates County on its bicentennial. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight Elizabeth City State University. an HBCU that understands the importance of educating and empowering remarkable leaders. This year, Elizabeth City State University will celebrate 133 years of service, and over those years, the university has left a significant mark on our district, state, and nation. Mr. Speaker, Elizabeth City State University is home to the only four-year aviation science program in North Carolina. I'm proud of students such as Alethea Hudson, who is not only a student in this program, but was my special guest for the State of the Union. Mr. Speaker, we must continue to help provide resources for Elizabeth City State University, those resources they deserve to be successful. And I commend Chancellor Carrie Dixon for her commitment to preparing the next generation of Viking leaders for their future. Viking pride, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the Assembly for 1 minute and to revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a fellow Marine and a great American patriot, Mr. Don J. Thompson of Spokane, Washington. Don was a student at the University of Washington and when Pearl Harbor was attacked. But he left after his freshman year to join the Marines in 1943. He took part in multiple assault landings, including the Battle of Okinawa, where he helped capture Sugar Loaf Hill with the 6th Marine Division in one of the bloodiest battles in the Pacific Theater. This month, Don celebrates his 100th birthday. And last spring, Don celebrated his 75th wedding anniversary with his beloved wife and pen pal for life, Duty. Don represents the very best of our history and the very best of America. I thank him for his service to our country. I congratulate him on a century of life and wisdom and a life truly well lived. And may Don and Duty receive every blessing and happiness under heaven. With that, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Dr. George Debnam, who sadly passed away last month. Dr. Debnam was a towering figure in our community, best known for delivering 10,000 babies, the most by any single physician in the history of North Carolina. Dr. Debnam dedicated his life to providing quality health care, championing accessible education, and advancing social justice. It's only fitting that we honor Dr. Debnam during Black History Month. He played a critical role in integrating health care in Raleigh while he worked at St. Agnes Hospital. Born in Youngsville and a longtime resident of Raleigh, Dr. Debnam attended Shaw University and worked through his life to ensure that Shaw got the resources it needed to grow and thrive. Today, his enduring legacy lives on through his twin daughters. Both are physicians at the Debnam Clinic in Southeast Raleigh. Our community is forever indebted to Dr. Debnam and his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the contributions of Black business owners during National Entrepreneurship Week. Black entrepreneurs have been at the forefront of innovation, introducing new products, services, and industries that drive economic progress. Yet many face barriers accessing equity capital and financing with affordable interest rates to sustain their growth. According to the Alliance for Entrepreneurial Equity, Black startups receive a mere 1% of total venture financing. Most start with just 1/3 of the capital available to their white counterparts. This Black History Month, I want to recognize Makita Hart, a startup founder and Black business owner in my district. Through her tenacity and determination, she continues to grow her business and makes an impact in the 10th Congressional District of Washington State. Knowledge about capital and resources are essential to all small business owners, and she encourages young people to seek a mentor and to always learn. I urge my colleagues in Congress to take a closer look at the challenges faced by Black entrepreneurs and to work together to build a stronger, more equitable economy for all, because economic justice is indeed social justice. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Democrats win the majority, we passed a bipartisan law to rebuild our roads, bridges, and highways. We passed a bipartisan law to make sure that our schools remained open. We passed a bipartisan law to bring manufacturing back to the United States, and we passed a bipartisan law to help our nation's veterans. Unemployment is now at the lowest rate in over 50 years. Republicans gained control of the majority last month. What is one of the first things that they did? They held a hearing on Twitter. Let me repeat that again. House Republicans used the awesome power of the federal government, the committee staff resources, and the time and attention of their members to hold a congressional hearing about Twitter. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As President Biden laid out at the State of the Union, House Democrats and the Biden administration have delivered for the American people. Because House Democrats put people over politics, our economy saw the creation of more than 12 million new jobs in the past 2 years. We enacted landmark legislation that made historic investments in infrastructure and lowered costs for America's working families, all while decreasing the deficit by more than $1.7 trillion. We are rebuilding our economy and American pride by reigniting the spirit of American manufacturing and industrial strength. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to strengthen the middle class, fix our crumbling infrastructure, safeguard Social Security and Medicare, protect reproductive freedom, uphold our promise to our nation's veterans, and create a fair economy that works for all Americans. House Democrats are committed to finishing the job and continuing to work and deliver for the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my constituent, Mr. Tommy Dortch, one of our country's greatest contributors to closing the racial wealth gap. I could spend hours highlighting his contributions to the Black community, but I want to focus on his investment into our great HBCUs. A proud product of both Fort Valley State University and Clark Atlanta University, Mr. Dortch founded the National Black College Alumni Hall of Fame. Mr. Dortch has led the foundation to award over $1 million in grants and scholarships to students and exposed more than 500,000 students to college opportunities. As a third-generation HBCU grad, I know firsthand their critical role in fostering Black excellence. Mr. Dortch's lifetime of giving back to the HBCU community has laid the groundwork for economic mobility for generations to come. And Mr. Speaker, today I proudly join with members of the Georgia delegation to introduce legislation to award Mr. Tommy Dortch the Congressional Gold Medal for his leadership and contributions to our country. I'm eternally grateful for the work he continues to do to advance equity and opportunity for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of my constituent, Orange County Public Defender Elliot Blair, who passed away while celebrating his first anniversary with his wife in Mexico. Elliot graduated from Cal State Fullerton and earned his degree in law from Loyola Marymount University. And Elliot was a devoted public servant and advocate for the underserved and underrepresented. He was a young attorney, a promising young attorney that was loved by our community. On the evening of his passing away, he called his mother and he said, "Mom, I'm going to have dinner at your favorite restaurant." Those were the last words he uttered to his family. Elliot will be missed, but he will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Oh, I'm sorry. Right.
Unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, February 20th will mark the 20th anniversary of a tragic fire at the Station nightclub in West Warwick, Rhode Island that took the lives of 100 people and injured hundreds of others. That horrific fire ripped a hole in our community and left a deep scar on Rhode Island, one which we still feel every day. But Rhode Islanders are resilient, and we support one another in the face of tragedy. On that night in West Warwick, the heroism of emergency responders and ordinary people saved countless lives. And in the wake of that horror, our state came together to mourn and memorialize those we lost and to help each other heal. Now, 2 decades after that awful night, I will submit the names of those who were lost into the congressional record. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring all of the victims and to recommit ourselves to promoting fire safety across our country so that such a tragedy can never occur again. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I rise to address the body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks if necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the beginning, Tommy Deutsch, like every other person born on this earth, was endowed with certain unique talents. The mission we all have in living is to go forth and be fruitful with those talents. I'm here today with my colleagues and also with the family and church members and pastor of Tommy Deutsch. They are in the podium today. We're here to recognize the exceptionally talented Tommy Deutsch and the fruits that we have enjoyed in his living. My colleagues have told you of many of Tommy's many accomplishments, and there is so much more that can be said about him. But with the little time I have, I want to leave you with this. Tommy Deutsch is a man whose cup runneth over. And at the end of each day, Tommy made sure that that cup was empty, not consuming its contents for himself, but in service to others. His example and legacy have and will continue to resonate profoundly, which is why he is so deserving of receiving the Congressional Gold Medal. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from references to occupants of the gallery. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Working people in America are counting on Congress to not only protect, but expand Social Security. The fact that my Republican colleagues had even considered cutting Social Security is unconscionable. From Humboldt Park and Belmont-Cragen to Bensonville, West Chicago, and Elgin, the district that I have the distinct honor in representing is home to hardworking people who, like everyone, deserve a safe, accessible, and affordable place to call home. Regardless of immigration status, working people in Illinois and across the country have paid into Social Security, including undocumented workers who pay into Social Security but can't claim the benefit like everyone else. It's a hard benefit that people, especially our seniors, count on to cover housing, which just keeps going up and going up. In order for all people to build and sustain a better life, we need to protect Social Security. We need to expand it. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not believe that non-citizens should have the ability to vote. Full stop. I think a regular review of criminal code is a good idea and a good exercise for any state, local government. Full stop. But I also believe that states and local governments, municipalities, have the right to self-determination on these very issues. Today, I voted on two curious proposals that my colleagues in the majority felt as though we should be spending our time, limited precious time, voting on. I do not believe it is my place to vote to overturn or disapprove of choices made by the people of Washington, D.C., nor do I think this is a sincere use of the Congress's focus and time. These early weeks of the 118th have been focused on voting on headline-grabbing, divisive, and meaningless and unserious legislation. The American people want us here in Washington working on our most pressing challenges, issues like addressing our debt, our economy's recovery, the safety of our planet and communities, and bettering the lives of our citizens. I look forward to working on these real issues. Let's finish the job. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the so-called Fair Tax Act. Right now, Oregonians don't pay a single cent in sales tax. And ask anyone, and they'll tell you, it's a good thing. We've rejected such proposals multiple times. It protects working folks who are disproportionately impacted by the undue burden of spending additional dollars on basic necessities. I'm not here to raise taxes on Oregonians. That's not why my constituents sent me here. I'm here to help working folks get ahead, which is why I'm so troubled by this congressional proposal to mandate a 30% sales tax. This is far from fair. It's not even close. The top 1% may not sweat a 30% sales tax, but for working families, that could be the difference between putting food on the table or having to go without. I stand today to redirect our attention to the pressing needs of Oregonians, the need to lower the cost and fight inflation, not to raise taxes. That's what I'm focused on, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 moment and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy George was and still is, even in his passing, a leader of this nation. Tommy and I worked together to, first of all, elect Maynard Jackson to become the first African-American mayor, and then Andy Young, the first African-American to be elected to Congress since Reconstruction, right here. And when I think of Tommy, I'm reminded of that glorious song that God Almighty has given to us. Them that's got shall get, and them that's not shall lose. 'Cause the Bible says, and it still is news, your mama may have and your papa may have. But God bless the child that's got his own. And God bless Mr. Tommy Dodge, my friend. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Vermont is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the burden that healthcare costs put on American families. No one should have to choose between putting food on the table and affording medication. Nearly 3 in 10 American adults take prescription drugs each day and say that they have skipped doses. They've cut pills in half. They've not filled prescriptions. This is dangerous. In the Inflation Reduction Act, Democrats made major progress in lowering drug costs and making health care more affordable. We capped the out-of-pocket costs for seniors. We capped the cost of insulin at $35. And we finally gave Medicare the power to negotiate prices. Let's build on this. Let's cap the cost of insulin at $35 for every American. Let's continue to lower the cost of medical expenses and insurance premiums for every American. American families are struggling while Big Pharma continues to reap the benefits. Let's build on the progress in the Inflation Reduction Act and provide working families with the help they so desperately need. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revive and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to give mournful recognition of the 100-year anniversary of the Rosewood Massacre, an event that is still one of the darkest chapters of American history. On January 1st, 1923, the small town of Rosewood, Florida, was the site of one of the worst racial attacks in the long history of this nation. Sparked by false allegations against an innocent black man, a mob of white residents descended upon the black community of Rosewood, and it's estimated that upwards of 200 people were killed, and virtually every building in that small African-American community was literally burned to the ground. I stand in this well as the representative of the 1st Congressional District of the state of Illinois, a district minority of African Americans and Hispanics, which by pride and passion, a majority within its soul and sinews feels the traumatic vestiges of Americans' inhumanity towards other Americans. But this is an American history, and it is as American as anything we might say about Concord and Appomattox. In spite of the dark tragedies that are interwoven within our story, what happened in Rosewood 100 years ago is as American as anything that happened at Gettysburg or Ellis Island. It must be repeated to our children lest we deny ourselves all the honesty we need to grow.
The gentleman's time has expired.
To be a better country. I implore my colleagues to join me in condemning the College Board of Florida for removing
the gentleman's
AP
time
African
has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the Biden administration for work that they have already done by asking to have them help us in the closure of the disposable e-cigarette loophole. As the chair of the Congressional Children's Caucus, the administration's work in curtailing youth e-cigarette use is commendable. Vaping, and e-cigarette usage among youth is at a historic low. Good news. Despite this, however, the FDA guidance issued by the previous administration that prohibits flavored e-cigarettes fails to include any disposable e-cigarette products currently on the market. This loophole, alongside the appeal that disposable e-cigarettes have for our youth, has influenced a surge in youth consumption. Right now, in smoke shops, corner stores, and gas stations across the country, disposable e-cigarettes are being sold for prices as low as $5, like candy. They're being offered in enticing flavors such as strawberry, ice, apple, mango, and pineapple lemonade, just what a child would look at. Each product is cleverly designed to easily fit in one's pocket, easy to take to school or other places. These products are sleek, affordable, pocket-sized, highly accessible. A single disposable device can contain enough nicotine as an entire pack of cigarettes. The 2022 National Youth Tobacco Study said these products' usage is up 2,188% since 2019. This is dangerous.
Time has
Let's
expired.
get to work. Let's save our children. And let me say, let us celebrate Happy Black History Month as well. I yield back.
Are there any further one-minute speeches? Is this it? Under the Speaker's announcement policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the House Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, I wanted to take a moment today to address a grave threat to American workers that is coming from Washington, D.C. right now. Hundreds of thousands of Americans are at imminent risk of losing their livelihoods because of an anti-worker agenda that certain politicians and special interests are pushing by any means necessary. The Department of Labor is currently considering a proposed nationwide rule that would severely limit the gig economy, freelancing, independent contracting, self-employment, and other alternate work arrangements that entire careers are based on and entire industries have been built around. The rule has a similar objective to the PRO Act, which is supported by President Biden and even passed the House in the last Congress. The devastating consequences of these policies are not a matter of speculation. In California, we know all too well what is in store for the rest of the country if this rule is adopted and if the PRO Act passes. Because the model for these policies comes from our state, a law called AB 5 that passed the supermajority legislature in 2019 and has been ruthlessly enforced by Governor Gavin Newsom ever since. AB 5 has been absolutely devastating for countless independent professionals in California, and you don't need to take my word for it. Governor Newsom's own former Deputy Chief of Staff, Yashar Ali, called it, quote, one of the most destructive pieces of legislation passed in the past 20 years, adding, it's truly horrific how many people are negatively affected by it. Newsom's political mentor, the former mayor of San Francisco and Speaker of the State Assembly, Willie Brown, said that the law made him want to, quote, picket against the, quote, bastards at the Capitol and the special interests that took advantage of them. Andrew Cuomo rejected a similar law in New York, saying he didn't want to, quote, make the same mistake as California. The liberal Daily Kos likewise warned other states, don't make the same mistake California's Gavin Newsom did, with the site's founder calling the law disastrous and asinine and its supporters shameful. The NAACP assailed it as a, quote, terrible law and a gut punch to our community. The CEO of the Black Chamber of Commerce called it a catastrophe, responsible for, quote, enabling, defending, and propagating systemic racism. 200 PhD economists, including a Nobel laureate, reported the law is doing substantial and avoidable harm to the very people who now have the fewest resources and the worst alternatives available to them. One commentator called it the most malicious and harmful law ever passed in California. So AB 5 effectively bans independent work of any kind, being your own boss. With a single stroke of his pen, Governor Gavin Newsom rendered countless Californians spanning hundreds of professions unable to earn a living in our state. Videographers and caricaturists, transcriptionists and interpreters, technicians and engineers, analysts and consultants, musicians and conductors, artists and dancers, writers and editors, coaches and trainers, teachers and tutors. The list goes on. Many national companies now explicitly disclaim on their applications that they can no longer work with California freelancers. Hardly an industry or trade is unscathed. Most devastated by AB 5 have been our most vulnerable. Seniors, caregivers, students, reformed convicts, single mothers, people with disabilities or health issues or mental health needs, all of whom rely on independent contracting. Many of my own constituents have been ensnared by the law. Right here you see a photo of Ildiko Santana, who is an immigrant, a naturalized citizen who worked as a freelance translator for over 20 years in Loomis. It took decades for her to build up her clientele, and then she had a single law cause her to lose it all. After AB 5 went into effect, not a single one of the over 50 agencies she did business with will hire her unless she incorporates or leaves California. And across the state, thousands of hardworking people are in exactly the same position. Take, for example, Heather Mason, who said, I am a conference producer. I had to move, went to Utah. I can't hire many of our freelance folks back in California either. She said, I'm heartbroken to leave LA. Or Elizabeth Adger, who said, AB 5 is why I had to pack up my very ill husband with stage 4 cancer and autistic son and leave the state. There is no way I can take care of our family and work a, quote, traditional type job. I have always worked for myself and paid my taxes. I was terrified of becoming homeless. Now I'm moving to Florida where my business is welcome. But here's the thing. That just isn't going to be an option if the PRO Act or this proposed rule from the Department of Labor goes into effect, because this suffering will be taken nationwide. It's estimated that the PRO Act would cost over 350,000 freelance workers their ability to earn a living, and even just the Department of Labor rule in and of itself would cause significant losses. So, unlike state laws, independent business people will have nowhere to turn if these policies go into effect. What is going to happen to folks like Ildiko and Heather and Elizabeth? In fact, Ildiko will be forced to leave the United States and return to her home country in order to make a living. So I am calling on President Biden to see the reality, to see the harm that these policies are causing. I'm calling on President Biden to rescind his proposed rule and to stop supporting the PRO Act, to listen to independent contractors and freelancers whose lives have been upended in California, to have compassion, to stop advocating for policy changes that would inflict this suffering nationwide. Now, as chair of the House Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, I will promise you this. I am going to work in every way possible to defeat the PRO Act. Our committee will fight for workers. There's an agenda out there that is working against workers. We are going to fight for workers, for small businesses, and for economic freedom. And if the proposed Department of Labor rule does take effect, I will immediately act to pass legislation to repeal it. More than that, I will use the gavel of this subcommittee to shine light on the unparalleled damage that has been wrought by AB 5, and I certainly will make sure that the freelancers who have lost everything in California are not forgotten. In a broader sense, AB 5 is truly a case study in the decline of the state of California. We used to be the state where anyone could get ahead. Now we're the state that so many can't wait to leave behind. We're the Golden State, have always served as a beacon of opportunity for well over a century. We've attracted innovators, adventurers. We're a state that's has so many blessings, endowed with an unbelievable natural beauty. And yet somehow we've gotten to the point where California just achieved a historic three-peat, where for the third straight year, we led the nation in one-way U-Haul rentals. In fact, with the recent redistricting, we lost a seat in Congress, and if the lines were redrawn today, reinforcement does, we would lose another seat. And it is precisely because of policies like AB 5. And now, California's governor is saying again and again that our state is a model for the nation. And President Biden has been all too quick to believe him by supporting policies like AB 5 and the PRO Act. But the sad reality is that in many ways, our state is not a model for the nation, but a warning to the nation about what happens when humanist values give way to brute political force. Today, I am urging the President and my colleagues in Congress to heed that warning. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Well, I'm honored to be able to be the last congressman to speak in this historic State of the Union week here in Congress. There are several comments that have to be made about the State of the Union, because if you were just going to listen to what President Biden had to say, you'd have a very warped and distorted view of what's going on in America today. I think the most harmful thing he said is he one more time talked about the talk and implied that Americans' police force is a racist police force and that it is a stain on America's reputation. That is a lie. It is a lie that has been disproven year after year after year, study after study after study. Nevertheless, President Biden, I think in an effort to scare black Americans into voting for him, claims that we have a horrible racist society in general and a racist police problem in particular. I will mention two articles which came out right after the unfortunate events, the tragic events, horrific events that happened in Minneapolis 2 years ago. For those of you back home to Google. One by a very perceptive gal by the name of Heather McDonald, appearing in the Wall Street Journal, and one by a gentleman who happens to be black, appearing in the City Journal at that time. They both looked not at the number of people died across the board, but looked at the percent of people who committed felonies, the percent of people who committed crimes, who wound up in a confrontation in police and wound up passing away. In both instances, they found that if anything, black Americans were less likely to die in a confrontation with police. Again, I'll mention these articles: The Myth of Systemic Police Racism, Heather McDonald in the Wall Street Journal in June of 2020, and Stories and Data, Coleman Hughes in the City Journal of June 2020. This is something that is a stain on America. Joe Biden is doing all he can to divide America by using his State of the Union speech to claim that the police are racist. And does this have an effect? You're right, it has an effect. It has an effect twice. First of all, I think it has an effect in that it causes some people to believe him. After all, we have a white president. Why would he be lying and telling us we have all these racist police if we don't? And I think the effect is it is causing, sadly, some anger in the black community, which is resulting in more and more deaths of police. I thought of this when earlier this week, I think maybe on the exact day that we had the State of the Union, if not the day earlier, one more policeman who happened to be white was murdered in Milwaukee. You know, is this myth that's going out there talking about racist police, racist police, racist police, causing more police to die? I don't know, but it's something to look at. I think it also causes the police, understandably, to be less aggressive and less effective because they're always afraid of being called out for being racist. And if President Biden is lying and telling everybody that we have all these racist police, is it surprising that the police themselves are a little more afraid to be aggressive or engage in, I guess what I'll call traditional policing? Last year in Milwaukee, a city which is just adjacent to my district, the number of murders went up, I think, about 25 to an all-time high. It was the third year in a row that we had an all-time high number of murders in Milwaukee, and that's despite the fact that the population is drifting down. Why are we at all-time number of high murders in Milwaukee? Again, I think the police, first of all, are not adequately funded, and to a certain extent they're not adequately funded because politicians like Joe Biden get out there and tell us how horrible and racist the police are. So is it any surprise that the Milwaukee City Council would not want to hire many police? And secondly, the Milwaukee police are afraid to go into certain neighborhoods, sometimes high crime neighborhoods, where they're especially used, because they're afraid if they do confront the criminal element, they will get labeled as racist. So rather than worry about, you know, that some cheap politician like Joe Biden is calling them racist over time, why not just stand back, not be aggressive, and not get labeled? In any event, I felt of all the lies that President Biden has, his drumbeat of racism in society in general and racism with regard to police is the most damaging. The next thing that I thought was very scary for the country as a whole, I think probably the biggest crisis that's developed in the last 2 years is a crisis at the border. Admittedly, if you don't live in Arizona, if you don't live in Texas, you might not see the full import of the crisis. But President Biden implied that this is, at best, something that just miraculously happened out of nowhere, and at worst was happening because the Republicans aren't doing enough to help him close the border. I'd like to leave America with some numbers. These are both numbers of December. In December of 2020, a grand total of 21,000 people crossed the border. In December of 22, 2 years into the Biden presidency, 238,000 people crossed the border, an increase of 11 times. This is not something that just happened. This was, well, it was a problem when we had 28,000 people crossing the border under the Trump administration. When it goes up by a factor of 11, it's not because the Republicans aren't negotiating. There are all sorts of things we negotiate whenever we put together the annual budget, and a given number of Republicans vote for it. No, it's because Joe Biden has changed the policy at the border. Okay, he is making it much easier for immigrants to cross into the border. For whatever reason, he wants to apparently change America by entering into people who have received no instruction, no education on our Constitution, on the values that you're supposed to adapt if you're an American citizen. And as the result, we are over 11 times as many people crossing the border as 2 years ago. He didn't mention at all the number of people are deported for committing crimes. But the number of people we're deporting right now is about 1/4 the number of people who were deported when President Trump was in office as well. Now, President Trump wasn't a perfect man, but I'll tell you, even at the time, a lot of people were not being deported. What we have is we have a president who, even after people prove themselves unfit to become Americans by committing crimes, they are not deported. So I want the American public to ponder those numbers. We've gone from 20,000 a month to 238,000 a month. I also want to point out the huge number of unaccompanied minors coming across the border. There was a time when the mainstream media felt it was horrific if even for a few days while their parents were being processed, children were not without their parents. We have gone in the last 2 years from around 2,000 to around 8,000 every month unaccompanied minors crossing into our border. Where are their parents? We apparently don't care. We are told we find sponsors for these young people. I am told by the Border Patrol that particularly the Central American countries do not like the current policy of the United States of taking unaccompanied minors here. After all, they believe that is the future of their countries. They do not like us grabbing all their minors. Where are the advocates as we let over 8,000 young children, over 8,000 into the country every year, and we may have no idea whatsoever where their parents are? Do their parents know where the new sponsors are? Do we know if these children are being human trafficked? What do we know? Nothing. 8,000 children, not without their parents for 2 or 3 days, probably could be without their parents for the rest of their lives. I hope America takes away the moral stain of our nation of separating, allowing to separate 8,000 or 9,000 minors every month from their parents. And I hope the American public does not fall into the idea that somehow the reason we have 230,000 people every month crossing the border is because of Republican inaction. Good grief, in the last 2 years, we didn't have the House, we didn't have the Senate, and we sure didn't have the presidency. The reason for that is because he has changed policy from what it was 2 years ago. It's not rocket science to get back down to 20,000. You just have to go back to what the laws were 2 years ago. But President Biden clearly doesn't want to do that. He wants as many people coming here as possible. And like I said, the clearest evidence of that is not only letting everybody here, but he's not even deporting people who break the law. So in any event, that's, I think, what we have to look at when we look at the southern border and the policies that are going on down there. The next thing that I don't think he spent anywhere near enough time at, but should be required to be addressed by, quite frankly, every politician, in part because of his inaction at the southern border, and in part because of his hatred of the police or his labeling police as racist, we now have over 100,000 fentanyl deaths in this country every month. As I've said before, we have more people dying of illegal drug use in this country every month, twice as many people as died in the Vietnam War collectively. Now, I'm old enough to remember the Vietnam War. I remember the media pounding that we had to get out of Vietnam because by the time it was over, 57,000 Americans had lost their life. We're now at 180,000 deaths from illegal drugs each year, and what do we get? We get less focus on the border than ever before. We get attacks on the police for fear of being called racist, and as the result, that number keeps going up and up and up. You know, and when I think of all the parents who've lost children, people who've lost their siblings, people who've lost their parents because of these drug overdoses, frequently people are taking drugs, but they don't know fentanyl is in the drugs. I think, why isn't the government doing anything? To be honest, it kind of stumps me. Why does the Biden administration not care that over 100,000 people are dying? Why doesn't the news media make that a banner headline? Wouldn't you think? You know, you're over 9,000 people dying in this month, every month, of illegal drug overdose. Most of it fentanyl. Press doesn't report about it. I'm a little bit appalled, I'm more than appalled, that that President Biden didn't spend more time talking about the huge drug problems we have in America and the huge number of deaths, rather than focusing on what I would consider in some cases rather minor issues. The final thing to talk about is President Biden mentioned Ukraine. He did not talk about what we're going to do to end that war. And as more people die over there, admittedly not Americans, but as more people die, one would hope that the Western nations, but the United States in particular, who didn't seem that concerned when the war began. After all, it was predicted that next month Russia's going to invade, blah, 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 but President Biden didn't seem to care that the war was starting. Then the war started, and we really haven't made much of an effort to end the war. At the end of every war, unless there's complete victory on one side or the other, usually every side gets something and loses something and has to sell the fact that all these people died for a reason or for a purpose. The United States is not, from what I can see, making an effort to end this war. And again, we are told thousands of soldiers are dying every month. We know Russia is a very powerful country with regard to nuclear weapons, but also tactical nuclear weapons, the ability to shut down electricity, the ability to use hypersonic missiles. Nevertheless, it seems as though the Biden administration would be perfectly happy if this war were going on another 2 years from now. And that's just intolerable. Like I said, it's a human disaster for Russia and Ukraine, and the possibility that this war will bleed into the United States, or even more likely, bleed into Poland, bleed into Germany, is something that should concern us all. But for whatever motivation, and one can only guess at motivations, this is where conspiracy theories come in, the powers that be in the United States, the one world government types, they don't seem to be bothered by this war at all. And it's something that demands more speculation. And the next time President Biden wanders into some microphones, he should be asked a little bit more. Do you have a plan for wrapping this up? Which it appears to me right now is, no, he does not. So there are a few issues that I think we should have spent more time on addressing, or President Biden should have spent more time on addressing. And I hope, just because it's not of the State of the Union, doesn't mean he can't give speeches. He runs around the country. I would first of all hope, I would call upon President Biden to apologize for the police of the country and admit that the studies that are out here in the Wall Street Journal, the City Journal, are accurate, and the police are not racist. Please, President Biden, stop lying to the American public and tell the American public black people are not disproportionately being harmed by the police. I hope President Biden does something on the border. Above all, he's got to change his policy and send more people back to Mexico, although more Border Patrol agents wouldn't hurt. If he cared about drugs, more drug-sniffing dogs wouldn't hurt. But please, President Biden, pay a little attention to what's going on the border before we lose this country. I ask you to spend a little time seriously focusing on the fentanyl crisis. We should not be losing over 100,000 citizens every month. And please, I realize we can't do it, but you can allow Israel or Turkey or France, push them a little bit to work towards some sort of final agreement with Russia. I think it's obvious Russia probably regrets invading Ukraine, given the huge number of people that they've had die. I can't help but think Ukraine, being the smaller country, the number of people die is a bigger proportion of their population. Plus, I believe they've had tens of millions, or at least we claim, a significant number of civilians die in the war. I think economically it's going to take both Russia and in particular Ukraine quite a while to recover from this, and it would be nice if President Biden displayed a little bit of humanity. He didn't try to stop the war right before it started. His intelligence agencies predicted it. There were things he could have done. He didn't do them. But I wish now he'd step forward and display a little humanity there. So I'd like to thank you for giving me so much time to speak, and would move to, not only am I going to stop speaking, I'm going to move to adjourn.
The gentleman yield back.
Yes.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president and to direct their remarks to the chair and not a perceived viewing audience. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'll move that the House adjourns.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.